John. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. We'll begin with the closed session, open session of the closed session. As provided by law, the following are the items for discussion and consideration at the closed session of the board meeting. A 3.1, Public Employee Employment Discipline Dismissal Release Reassignment of Employees, Government Code Section 54957. Item A 3.2, Student Expulsions, Reinstatements, Expulsion Enrollments. Item A 3.3, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Agency Designated Representatives, Dr. Cuauhtemoc Avila, Superintendent, Dr. Rhea MacGyver Gibbs, Lead Personnel Agent, and Mrs. Rhonda Kramer, Lead Personnel Agent. Personnel Services. Employee organizations are California School Employees Association, Chapter 203, CSEA, Rialto Education Association, and Communication Workers of America. Item A 3.4, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and/or D3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation. Number of potential claims is 1. And item A 3.5, review of liability claim number 21-2211. Do we have a motion and a second to go into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Time is 4:12. Do we have a motion to move out of closed session?
So moved. Second?
Okay, and vote by board members?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The time is 5:38. Next, we go to opening here for item B, LCAP and fiscal year 2022-2023 budget study session. And do we have a motion to go into the study session?
So moved.
Second?
All right, vote by board members?
Aye. I swear, oh, because I can't be Dina. I can. Okay.
All right, good afternoon, Board President Montes, Vice President Lewis, board members, and viewing audience. My name is Dr. Madrid. I am the agent for multilingual programs here in the Rialto Unified School District, and it's my pleasure to present the LCAP for the 22-23 school year. And this is a presentation by all of Educational Services and represents a compilation of all of our work this year and our planning for next year. Prior to this study session, you did receive a binder that has the LCAP in it. And so I just want to point out that if you have any questions, you can always go back and we can refer to pages in the LCAP if you had hopefully you had a chance to look through it. This afternoon, then, I'll be doing a presentation then that is based on the LCAP that you received prior to this meeting. And so I just want to start with the mutual agreements that lead our district here. This is something that we opened up every LCAP meeting with. And so we made sure to remind all of the participants within the LCAP process of our beliefs and our actions. And so our beliefs are that we will have honest conversations that lead to understanding, that we will have common goals that will take priority over individual interests, that having a strong community serves all of its members, and that having high expectations lead to high achievement. And finally, that there is unlimited power in all of us. And so every one of our meetings started with our mutual agreements to ensure that we were well focused in our work for that time. We also went over the mission of our district, and so I'll go ahead and read that now. The mission of the Rialto Unified School District, the bridge that connects students to their aspirations for the future, is to ensure each student achieves personal and career fulfillment within a global society through a vital system distinguished by high expectations for student achievement, safe and engaging learning environments, effective family and community involvement, learning opportunities beyond the traditional school setting, and appreciation of universal diversity. And again, we always reviewed our mission to ensure that our work was well focused in these areas. And so here is a listing of all of the meetings that we've had this year in order to give progress on the LCAP and also to start planning our LCAP for the following year. At each one of these meetings, we made sure to go ahead and report out any data that was current at the time and to make sure that we gave all of our educational partners the opportunity to give us feedback. We also held meetings with our district advisory committee, with our district English learner advisory committee, with our district African American advisory committee, our English Learner Equity Team, our African American Equity Team, and our Special Services Equity Team. So as you can see from the slide, there were a lot of meetings about the LCAP this year. And so here are some highlights from those meetings that we held. Our community meetings were held along with specialized community meetings for all of the parents that were mentioned in the previous slide. We also continued to meet with our equity groups that were made up of parents, teachers, and administrators throughout the year. These equity groups had the opportunity to develop a deeper understanding and knowledge of the needs within our district by receiving constant reporting of local data and progress on the actions within our LCAP. In addition, we also had the opportunity to take a look at our LCAP and how the equity plans for each one of our equity groups fit in within the LCAP. In addition to that, I also wanted to point out that our LCAP goals remain the same. Just want to remind everyone that our LCAP is a 3-year plan. So what you'll see is a continuation of plans that were started this past year. We have added some metrics to each one of the goals, and we've rewritten the goals to identify the position responsible and the metric that will be used to measure progress for that particular action. So this is really a step forward in making sure that we are holding ourselves accountable to completing each one of the actions in our LCAP. And we will continue to fund actions that are currently written into the LCAP. And so here are the highlights from the educational partner feedback that we received throughout this year. Based on an analysis of the feedback provided by our educational partners, the following trends emerged. Our educational partners wanted to make sure that we continued implementing our initiative on culturally and linguistically relevant teaching and learning. Another area that was of importance to all of our educational partners was increased staffing to address student emotional needs by adding counselors to each elementary school site. We also heard from our educational partners that they wanted to make sure that we continued providing mental health and social emotional learning support to all of our students. In addition to that, they wanted to see increased opportunities for tutoring and to see the continuation of the implementation of our literacy and numeracy plan. In addition to that, our educational partners asked for improved programs for parents to support their children, and also for us to provide parent workshops in the evening to allow parents, working parents to attend. In addition to that, another area of that I want to highlight from our educational partners is the need to provide additional support in the area of mathematics. And so here is a slide that shows us the most important areas that our students gave us feedback on. And so this came through a thought exchange. And so really with this word graph here, we can see that those words that are the largest on here are those words that came up the most when we did our student thought exchange. And so students were very concerned about health, about making sure that they were motivated, that they had help, that they had mental support in socio-emotional, in the socio-emotional area, and that we provided them the opportunity to be successful. And so here's just a little bit about the disaggregation of data within and how we took a look at each one of our actions. We've made a commitment within educational services and across the district to disaggregate every piece of data that is possible to disaggregate. And so we have disaggregated all of our actions to include how our English learners are doing, how our foster youth are doing, how our low-income students are doing. And when we group these students in the LCAP, they are referred to as unduplicated students when they're all grouped together. Within our district, we've also made the commitment to focus on our African American students, again, our English learners, and our students who are receiving special educational services. So when you go through the metrics section for each one of the goals, you will find that the data in that section is disaggregated by each one of these groups, right? And that is so that we make sure that we're drilling down and that we're actually finding those student groups that are most in need, and that as we implement our actions, that we're tailoring them to the needs of our students, of the students within our district. And so at this point, we're just going to go ahead and do a little reminder of what our 3 goals are within our district. Our first goal has to do with achievement and our students succeeding at every grade level and graduating high school, demonstrating readiness for higher education, career, and life in the 21st century. Goal 2 has to do with conditions for learning. And we will ensure that all students are provided with access and opportunities to support learning with highly qualified teachers and professional learning communities that promote a culture of continuous improvement for student achievement. So this goal really has to do with professional development and the preparation of our teachers and other staff members here in our district. Goal 3 has to do with engagement and creating a positive, safe, and engaging learning environment that is student and parent-centered. At this point, we're going to go ahead and review some of our metrics for this year. In the LCAP, you will see a comparison from last year, which is considered our baseline year, to this year. But we really wanted to make sure that you had the opportunity to look at our story from the 21-22 school year. And so here we're sharing data, iReady data, for reading from our fall results to our spring results. And so I just want to point out, right, the growth that you can see between the very beginning of our school year up until the spring. If we're looking at 1st through 3rd grade, overall in the fall we were at 14%, and in the spring we grew to 39%. You can also see that data disaggregated by our student groups. For our African Americans, in the fall, we were at 13%, and in the spring, we were at 39%, and this is for the 1st through 3rd grade. For our English learners, we were at 6% in the fall and 27% in the spring. And for our special education, our students receiving special services, in the fall we were at 5%, and in the spring we were at 17%. For our foster youth, 8% in the fall, 26% in the spring. And then our McKinney-Vento students were at 11% in the fall and 32% in the spring. And so you can see very significant growth there from the very beginning of this school year up until the spring. And we see those trends you can see those trends replicated there for our 3rd through 5th grade span and for our students in the 6th through 8th grade span. And this is in reading. We wanted to highlight one of the grades just so that we could really take a look at how our LCAP actions have made an impact on growth within the area of reading. And so here we're showing our 1st grade, and we're showing the growth for our 1st grade students between the fall and the spring. And so we started out at 9% overall and grew to 36%. And you can see how much we've grown with each one of our student groups from the fall to the spring. Moving on to math, we saw very similar growth in the area of math. And so we see a big growth between the fall and the spring. And so I'll just go ahead and review again that 1st through 3rd grade. We started out at 3% at grade level in the fall for overall, and in the spring that number grew to 24%. For our African Americans, we were at 2%, and we grew to 18%. For our English learners, we were at 1%, and we grew to 15%. For our students receiving special services, we were at 3% and grew to 13%. For our foster youth, we were at 3% and grew to 14%. And for our McKinney-Vento students, we were at 3% and grew to 18%. And so you can see similar patterns there for our 3rd through 5th grade students and also for our 6th through 8th grade students. Again, taking a deeper dive into our scores for the 1st grade, you can see a similar pattern that we saw in the area of reading, with great growth between the fall and the spring for each one of our student groups. So starting out at 4% in the fall overall, this 1st grade group grew to 27% in the spring. And so now we're going to go ahead and delve deeper into the actions within the LCAP. For this part, we have about 95 actions that are within the LCAP. And so rather than go through them one by one, what we went ahead and did is we grouped them by theme. And so there's 15 different themes that we'll be looking at throughout this LCAP presentation, starting with our literacy initiative. And so here on this slide, you can see that we had 10 classrooms that were co-teaching. We also hired 5 district coaches to support and train our teachers and parents, 3 coaches in math, and 2 coaches in English language arts. And so here we just have some pictures that depict those actions being implemented. Now, again, our LCAP is a 3-year plan, so these actions will continue into the next year. Here, continuing with the literacy initiative, we hired 62 of 65 reading specialists who push into the classroom and provide daily differentiated support for our students. We also had 7 out of 9 reading specialists that were hired at the secondary, and these reading specialists, their task is to work with our most struggling readers at the middle and high school. Continuing with our literacy initiative, we also provided professional development. Specifically, we had teachers who took advantage of being able to receive an authorization in reading and literacy. This was funded through our district, and they received this this authorization through USC. We had 130 participants this year, and we've already started recruiting for next year. We also had teachers that were provided intensive reading training with the Newhouse training. 71 reading specialists participated, and there were 98 special services teachers that participated. In addition to that, our teachers also participated in professional development for language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling. There were 120 teachers that participated in that training. And so moving on to our district numeracy training, we had various trainings that were provided by our 2 district math coaches, and we also had professional development that was provided by Dr. D'Souza as well. And so these coaches and Dr. D'Souza worked on creating a numeracy plan for our district. And so that professional development that was provided included routines for reasoning. There were 8 schools participated in that. There was ongoing professional development for teachers that taught kindergarten, 4th, and 5th grade. And then there was also a focus on number talks within from kinder to the 5th grade. They also trained teachers on IAB tools and provided elementary and secondary administrators, coaches, and instructional specialists with that training as well. Continuing with math, we also implemented our ALEX program, which is an adaptive learning program for students. You can see there in that graph that is on this slide, you can see each one of our high schools and our middle schools and the time that our students spent in ALEX at each one of our schools. Students that participated in ALEX were identified by their iReady math scores. Moving on to diversified curriculum, we had a focus on providing diversified curriculum in the area of STEM. This slide defines what was accomplished in STEM toward that resolve. We believe that environmental justice and social justice is social justice. And so there were about 500 environmental principles and concepts classroom posters that were printed for every science classroom. We also purchased equity by design for each one of our secondary science teachers. And so there were 11 out of 19 schools, elementary schools, 2 out of 5 middle schools, and 2 out of 3 high schools that were able to establish STEM Cares clubs during the 21-22 school year. And these clubs hosted a variety of site-level events and advocacy efforts, of which you see some of the pictures on this slide. We are working on developing an early college start program, and so our target date for starting is the spring of 2024. And so here on this slide, you can see some of those actions that are taking place right now to lay the groundwork for that early college start program to start in 2024. The next area that we'll be focusing on is college and career readiness. At this time, we have 22 career technical education teachers that represent 4 secondary sites. And Myler has planned to gain a CTE teacher in the fall of 2022. During the 21-22 school year, there were over 2,500 students in our district that were enrolled in a CTE class, and over 10% of those students earned an industry-recognized certification. During the end-of-year student self-evaluation survey, 96.1% of participating students said that they enjoyed their CTE class and felt like it helped them prepare for their future careers. On this slide, we also have some student quotes that stood out from the survey. Naviance and middle and elementary career school exploration are part of this theme as well. And so Naviance implementation began during the 21-22 school year. On this slide, there were 57,354 logins by students, equating to about 4 logins per student per year. The big goal for this year in using Naviance was to make sure that all exiting 8th graders had a 4-year plan within Naviance upon entering their high school. And when the report was pulled in May, 84% of our 8th graders had already reached that goal. And so here on this slide, the bar graph is showing the percentage by middle school. Here, we're taking a look at the impact of APEX, which is our credit recovery program. Here, we're showing our 4-year A through G comparison by school site. As you can see, starting in 16-17, we have made some progress in making growth. There was a slight drop for some of our schools between 1920 and 2021, but overall, we were able to maintain that growth. And so our APEX recovery program aids in making sure that students have the opportunity to go ahead and recover credits, and if they need to take a class over again in order to be A through G eligible. Our next area is teacher induction. And so during the 21-22 school year, 6 induction mentors and 1 program specialist worked to support 165 new teachers. The induction mentors continued to receive training from the California Induction Conference, and they engaged in weekly meetings where best practices were discussed with their inductees. They engaged in activities involving case scenarios related to induction, and they continue to use ongoing data analysis to improve mentoring practices amongst their team members. They also engaged in strategic instructional leader labs, which was the Level 1 Academy. We also made sure that we trained in the area of implicit bias. And so working to address Board Resolution 1920-65, declaring racism a public health crisis, we partnered with Robert Jackson, Motivates Consultant. Robert Jackson led a series for each middle school that included 2 sessions of professional development for staff on implicit bias. Student assemblies on becoming your best version of yourself were held with all of our middle schools, and there were also parent workshops that were provided. In addition, Robert Jackson Motivates hosted 2 workshop series in which all RUSD parents, classified, certificated, and management staff had the opportunity to attend. In the area of family engagement, our Parent Institute is back up and running. The Institute has been remodeled, and so it is now more welcoming and functional for parent workshops and community collaborations. We expect that the renovations will be completed by the end of June. The Parent Institute has also been blessed to recruit 2 of our RUSD parents and community members to work in the center. Wendy Gavini and Kenny House have jumped in the running to lead the development of the Parent Institute and increase community partnerships. The Parent Institute has collaborated with Alianza Latina, DAPAC, PTA, DLAC, and DLAC to host the annual Parent Summit. Various virtual workshops hosted on socio-emotional learning, increasing student engagement, literacy supports, college connections, money for college, numeracy supports, and parenting strategies have been held so far this year. We have also begun the implementation of culturally and responsive teaching and learning here in our district. We've partnered with Dr. Holly and will be providing Validate, Affirm, Build, and Bridge, the Validate, Affirm, Build, and Bridge Academy, and CLRT training to 12 elementary schools in the 22-23 school year. This year we had 4 schools that completed that training, and next year they'll be moving to the next level. A major goal of this initiative is to reverse the patterns of underachievement for students of color, and this initiative aims to help teachers recognize the cultural capital and tools that students of color bring to the classroom and to utilize their students' cultural learning tools throughout instruction. And so this part of our presentation here has to do with language. And so we are continuing the implementation of our dual language immersion schools. At this point, we have 9 schools that have a dual language immersion program. And at the high school level, we have also implemented the seal of biliteracy to continue motivating students to continue developing their first language and to obtain proficiency in a second language. For our English learners, we've implemented the emerging linguist specialist at each one of our school sites. Each school site has a SELF or an emerging linguist specialist, an ELS, and their job is to ensure that our English learners are moving towards reclassification. And so their role is to support and coach students in obtaining their reclassification goals and to work with teachers to implement strategies that accelerate second language acquisition in the classroom. In addition to that, we're also providing professional development in the area of strategies to support English learners in the classroom to all of our teachers in the district, and providing professional development in the area of dual language immersion. So Goal 1, Action 20 has to do with our early learning and care program. At this time, we have 6 Rialto-funded preschool programs that provide a high-quality preschool learning program. This program will be maintained for parents who do not meet the necessary income requirements for state preschool classes. And so at this time, we have RUSD preschool programs at the following sites: Cordiac, Preston, Dunn, and the Rocking Horse Learning Center. Our class sizes are 24:1, and there's 2 support staff in each one of those classrooms. And so in the area of libraries and facilities, at this time, we have 29 school sites that are fully funded, that are fully staffed, with library media technicians. They provide support to students during the school day and to the families of our students. And they also work to foster the love of learning and literacy. This school year, library media technicians also focused on weeding their school's library collection and purchasing new literature books to meet the needs of our students and their interests. This particular theme of actions also focuses in on our Williams teacher requirement. All of our teaching positions have been filled with instructional staff that are fully credentialed and highly qualified to teach our students. Our textbook requirement for Goal 2 Action 7 was also met. And so this year, one of the adoptions that we went through was our science adoption for K-8. And next year, we'll be taking a look at a science adoption for the high school level. For Goal 3 Action 4, this here has to do with engagement of our students at the school site. This year, we were able to implement esports labs at Coursera, Frisbee, Rialto Middle School, and Kolb. And so Coursera's lab has been up and running since November of 2021. And Frisbee's lab, Rialto Middle School's lab, and Kolb's lab will open in the fall of 2022. And so here you can see the mission that was created for this engagement activity for our students, and just an explanation of what the value is for that esports program within our district and within today's society. In the area of STEM professional development, this year it focused on the toolkit for instructional materials evaluation so that we could be critical consumers of a science textbook and materials to be utilized in the fall of 2022. About 40 elementary teachers representing all 19 schools and 12 middle school teachers representing all 5 schools participated in a series of 8 trainings which supported a well-informed textbook committee to that voted on adopting materials. Additionally, we had 20 teachers that participated in an outdoor learning workshop in Los Angeles County over spring break, which prompted multiple student events. Pictured here is the teacher training and a couple of the student projects that resulted from that training. Lytle Creek Watershed Protection Project with Dullahan Elementary students, and various environmental science projects at Rialto High School. Also, in collaboration with math, we provided a training for all 5 middle school math coaches and provided virtual sessions for all 6th grade science and math teachers on data science using air quality data to learn about math statistics and standards. In the area of special services, Goal 1 Action 10 covers transition services and curriculum using the program Virtual Jobs Shadow, which is an interactive tool to assist students in developing their career paths based on choice, not change. This Virtual Job Shadow also supports post-secondary education via job and college searches, career and interest assessments, and lesson plans with career and workforce preparation activities. Goal 2, Action 16, is an alternative curriculum for our non-diploma track students. And so this unique curriculum for students receiving services in moderate and severe classrooms is tailored to the needs of the students. Goal 3, Action 8, focuses in on the additional services that were provided for our students in the area of social emotional learning. We provided 20 psychologists, 13 applied behavior analysis specialists, 13 therapeutic behavioral strategists, and 6 emotional health therapists that were supported by our lead agent of student services. In the area of ed tech and assessment, we purchased the program Beyond SST, which is an online centralized SST and 504 system, which was fully implemented by March of 2022, with the intention of providing a uniform student study team process across the district. This system will also house our SST plans and will be used to monitor student progress. In addition to that, we also purchased the program Who Knew It, which is a data analytics platform that tracks overall student, school, and district performance through live data. We will have a community dashboard available in 2022-2023. In the area of technology services, we provided one-to-one technology to students in the classroom. They were also able to take these devices home. And we also provided the required infrastructure along with home internet service if students needed it. In addition to that, to support that action, we had additional information technology staff that was hired to support the technological needs of our students and our staff. In the area of health, we had a positive behavior intervention and support teacher on special assignment that's supported by our lead agent of student services to provide support and follow up on the implementation of PBIS at each cohort at school sites. This support included training and support on self-assessment surveys and will be supported through the following actions: extra duty hours, a stipend to a secondary counselor who has a master's in social work to supervise university social worker interns, maintenance of a counselor on special assignment, maintenance of 3 PBIS at-risk high school counselors whose caseload will consist of all high school foster and low-income students that do not have permanent housing. These counselors will service the middle school and elementary school foster youth as well. Their job will be to monitor attendance, discipline, grades, and credits. Another action within the same theme is to improve our dropout data. And so we will continue to monitor students that are potentially identified at the middle school and high school as middle school or high school dropouts based on coding in our student information system. This action also refers to our step-up attendance recovery program, which allows students to recover missed instruction and attendance. We will be offering 27 Saturdays throughout the school year for students to recover attendance. They may attend Saturday class and receive attendance credit. This program aims to establish good attendance credit habits. In addition to that, this slide also refers to our district registration center. Our district registration center serves as the information hub for new families who are seeking information regarding district services, initiatives, resources, and programs. The center has improved the quality of interaction with parents and the timeliness in which students are enrolled in schools and has provided the initial intake process allowing for better identification of incoming students that are identified as low-income, foster, or English learners. This slide really has to do with our social emotional learning. And so for action 2.14, 2.14, we are providing training on a district-wide level in the area of social emotional learning, and will continue instruction around the collaborative for academic, social, and emotional learning, the 5 competencies, restorative practices, and other prevention and intervention training. Each school has purchased and implemented an SEL program at their school site, and at the district level, we are supporting school sites in that implementation. In addition to that, this slide also refers to action 3.3, which has to do with middle and high school extracurricular activities to keep students engaged. We've provided a middle school sports program coordinator in order to manage those activities and make sure that everything is in order. This slide also refers to action 3.6, which is again, support of social emotional learning curriculum, and it is training for teachers and administrators to address trauma-related concerns and materials for student use. This slide also refers to our wellness centers, which are an inclusive space that acknowledges the participatory relationship between place and people, utilizing unique structures in a regenerative space. Our wellness center support staff curate activities and levels of stimuli that regenerate a person's mental and physical energy to enrich and strengthen their mental health. This slide also refers to social, emotional learning and educational related mental health services. And these are 20 psychologists, 13 applied behavior analysis specialists, 13 therapeutic behavioral strategists, and 6 emotional health therapists. And so this is an action that was repeated from our special services slide because it is an action that is being done collaboratively between special services and student services. And here, this slide refers to action 3.2 and action 1.18. 3.2 is the support that we have provided to our foster and homeless youth by providing them with temporary housing in a local motel. And so we did have several families that took advantage of that service that we did provide to them. And action 1.18 has to do with our independent study program that was designed for students TK through 12. We did have a large number of families that took advantage of this particular action, and we actually saw over 200% in this area of families participating over what we had expected. And this is our last action for this evening that we'll be covering. This has to do with positive student engagement. And so our safety intervention and support services will continue to provide oversight, development, implementation, and assessment of Tier 1 and 2 student behavior support services that are provided by all safety intervention officers. These student programs and services will remain available for all elementary and secondary schools as other means of correction services with the intent to reduce suspension and expulsion rates. And so our safety officers have gone through specialized training in order to provide these workshops for students at all of our schools within the district. And really the intent is to be proactive rather than reactive in the interaction that takes place between our safety intervention and support services officers and our students at each one of the sites. And so here you can see several pictures of the activities that were led by our safety intervention officers at several of our school sites. And here's a few more pictures depicting those professional development and educational partnerships between our safety intervention services and support services and our students and staff within our district. And so that's a run through of our actions within the LCAP. I hope that you enjoyed the pictures. We really wanted to make sure that it was very visual for you, considering that, all of the writing and the explanation of what our LCAP is within, this document provided here. In this document, each one of the goals is split by a tab, and what you'll find at the end of each one of those goals is an explanation of how the budget was spent for each one of the items, in addition to an analysis of how that goal was carried forth. So I invite you to, take a look at that, and, of course, I make myself available if you have any questions.
I
Yes.
have several. So,
Okay.
Board President, I don't know if you're gonna okay, cool. So I don't know if you want me to start by section or what.
Yes,
Okay, cool.
whatever works for you.
Excellent. Okay, so I just want to start at the beginning of my first question, which was, and I just want to preface this, Dr. Madrid, that give me a succinct answer. I don't want the runner,
Okay,
You know what I'm saying?
I do understand.
Yeah, I'm asking a direct question. I want a direct answer. We're
You
good.
got it. You
Okay.
got it.
Okay. So my first question was just on looking at the, so I'm on page 15, slide 15, talking about the iReady scores. And so I have just a couple of questions about iReady period. The first question was, on one of the sections when you talked about the target, who is the target our LCAP is targeting? Of course, we know the three pots of, EL,
Foster
low income-
youth
right,
and
right,
low income.
exactly. But on the second set of that bullets, you had EL again saying, and we have made a commitment again to English learners. Is there a reason why it's on there twice? Because we do have a definitive mandate to serve EL period, and then we had it on that second. Was
Yes.
that just a typo or?
No. That
why is there-
second part really represents the equity groups that we have within our district. And so we have an EL equity action team, we have an African American equity action team, and we have a foster youth equity action team.
Okay.
And so that's what that was referring to.
Excellent. Okay, so my next question is, on the overall data, is it inclusive of special populations? So when we're talking about our overall, when you have the screen up about our overall is 30% at grade level, whatever, is that 30% overall is inclusive of these special populations? as
Yes.
well? Okay, so thank you. Does the iReady diagnostics directly correlate or prepare our students for mastery on the CASP?
Yes, fabulous question. It is directly correlated to the CASP, and so we expect that these results will be reflected within our CASP results.
Okay, excellent. That's good things here. Okay, so next section is under the teacher preparation, goal 2, action. Exit surveys. I know this is our season of the Great Resignation, so I'm sure we had people who flew the coop. My students had a teacher who left mid-semester and never returned. So have we done a exit survey on our staff, especially our classroom staff, on, why were they leaving or whatever, and are we being responsive to the new needs of our staff considering COVID and all the changes that are occurring?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but I don't have an answer to that. The data that's in the LCAP was collected through thought exchange with an intent to have teachers let us know what they felt were the greatest needs within the district. And so those questions weren't part of anything that I asked in particular.
And Ms. Walker, I can have personnel respond to that question.
Okay.
If you like.
Excellent. Okay. Okay, I'm going to move to my next questions. Yeah. Oh, is somebody coming up to? Oh, the personnel people, whose jurisdiction that actually is, right? Okay.
Hello, Board of Education Superintendent and Innovation Team. I'm Rhonda Kramer, one of the lead personnel agents for the Rialto Unified School District. And we do send out exit surveys to each and every employee in the school district. And we do contact, because we do also ask them if they'd like to have an interview with us. So we do schedule interviews if they'd like to have that interview. Also, if we notice there's areas that we can improve, we do reach out to them to get clarification regarding any of the concerns that they may bring to our attention.
And so is that, so my question was just in our teacher induction now and our onboarding, are we incorporating some of those comments to make sure that we're being responsive now? I know this is only our first year back full, since COVID, but.
Right, so we will be sharing that information with educational services
Okay.
so that they can make sure that they can address that with their professional development programs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a couple more questions. This is on goal 1 under the early learning and care program. Have we yet looked at, because I know we've done enrollment, for our new preschool, TK, all the new programs, right? Have we looked at the disaggregated data regarding gender and ethnicity for the student enrollment for 22-23 for the early learning programs? That means the preschool programs as well as the new TK programs. Have we done that?
In the process of developing this LCAP, that is not something that we've looked at, but that is definitely something that we can take a look at. So what I'm hearing you ask then is for disaggregated data on the enrollment by the student populations that we talked about in the
Gender
LCAP.
and ethnicity.
Gender and
Specifically looking at-
ethnicity.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay. For those new, because I know that we've opened up a lot more opportunity, but are we still missing the gap? Do we still have an equity gap, specifically around males, specifically around African Americans, Native Americans, so on and so forth? Okay.
Got it. We can look into that.
Okay. And then I got a last question here, which is just on this new, the new Beyond SST Ed Tech and Assessment. Who is this, or what will this be used for? This is specifically the Beyond SST. What is it actually going to be used for? I see where there are categories, but what are we using it for?
All of our teachers and our administrators at the site have been trained on Beyond SST, and the intent of the program is to collect our SST information in this platform to make sure that it follows the student from one grade to the next, and to make sure that all of the steps within the SST are taking place. So
Okay.
it's really to align and to ensure accountability.
Okay. So my second question to that was just, who is the target user for this particular software? So is it internal? It's not external?
No, not external.
Okay.
It's internal site administrators and teachers.
Okay.
And I'd like to add a little bit more to that. So it's really, it's a safety net to support our students before there's such a gap where we're questioning the student's ability to learn, right? And possibly referrals to special education. So the SST process, we are providing timely interventions as needed. And so it's not that our sites hadn't been doing that in the past. It was just a difficult process as far as tracking and documenting that. And say a student was at one school, had an SST, went to another school, that SST got filed in the queue, and it's not easily accessible. Those procedures, sometimes you lose kids through the cracks. And so this program is designed to help us support the system.
Okay, that's good. And then one other section I forgot, my most important section that I forgot, which was the college and career readiness.
Mhm.
So what you listed on one of the slides that there are 19 unique pathways listed. Are those pathways listed on the website? And I'm asking that because does that give an opportunity for families and students to make a choice on what school they go to determine what pathway is available? So is that listed on our website anywhere?
I'm going to ask for help in answering that question.
Dr. D'Souza, do you want to speak to it?
Is it easily accessible?
Good evening, Board of Education and Superintendent Avila. They are on our website, and there's a CTE website specifically created with all the different CTE pathways.
Okay, and does it have the information on the CT pathways and where they're located, meaning like
At
if
which
it's
school? Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, thank you,
Yeah,
Dr.
thanks.
D'Souza. And last question on that is Naviance used instead of CCGI, or are we using CCGI?
So we are not using CCGI. I know that there's a state push to
Push.
use CCGI. When the decision was made to purchase Naviance, that wasn't something that the state was doing, and so we're working with a small committee to evaluate both programs and see what is most beneficial for our kids.
Okay, and then just my last kind of input on that is just hopefully that you guys, if you're, while you're evaluating whether or not we're gonna go to utilizing CCGI, to make sure that some of the counselors who are doing hands-on work with the students, that they have input on that, so that so that the tool is user-friendly for them, and they can articulate it back to their staff, and then teachers or whoever else is gonna be the end user, especially students, because that's gonna be the big piece around this push around CGI statewide, so. That's it. I think that is my last question. Thank you, Dr. Madera.
Thank you.
And staff, thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. And just before we continue, I know there's another presentation coming up. How much time will we need for that one?
Oh, there's another
Well, Okay, so do we have any other questions?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
So, you know, I see a big group is foster care youth. But goal number 3, it says, Rialto USC will create a positive, safe, engaging learning environment that is student and parent. So we have a large percentage without parents. So how inclusive are we in that definition? So either you have that caregiver or who's surrogate, so they can feel, I'm not a parent, so maybe I shouldn't attend. So we just need to think about that. The positive, when I was looking at the growth from 12 teachers with reading to 142, excellent. But then when we, on our goals are so low. Our goals are 10%, 15%. So I really feel as a board and as educators, if we don't have high expectations in our goal, it's thinking that our student's not gonna make it. So I think all of the goals need to be reevaluated. You know, if our thing is academic excellence, then we need to push above 50%. 10%, you know, it's not cutting it for our new age and our new vision. I'm happy to see this early college program. I mean, at the graduation, what stood out is you had these 4 point something, but no college credit. You know, if you're 2 and 4, you know, 4.5, you should have an associate degree. So we should not just be getting these numbers when they're not. They should go into college with that high academic as a junior, or at least have college credit. So I'm glad we're looking at this, and we need to really push, not to just take courses to push your GPA, but to take courses that have an end goal if they're going to college. So I don't know if that's what the counseling part of it, or the new program.
The early start.
Yeah, so we really have to push that. So those were the things, because there's a lot more funding. So our expectation on, I know our staff can do it, and I know the students are doing it. So let's back them up and say we're gonna hit this 50, 75%. You know, we're gonna be in the top 5 quarterfinals. We have to have high expectation.
Thank you, Mrs. Lewis. Points well taken.
I wanna see them in there though.
Anybody else? Mr. Martinez?
Couple of concerns. We continue to talk about equity, but someone just listening, and they go to the dictionary, and that definition differs from the equity that we are using here. So for the public, could you please state the definition of equity as we are using it?
I probably don't have an exact definition, but in like my perspective of what equity is, according to how we're implementing programs in our district, is providing what the student needs in order to be successful. So it's
Okay.
not the same for everyone. It's tailored to what the student needs in order to be successful.
Okay, the only concern I have with that definition is if the student is giving zero input or output of work, what the student needs is an A. What are we gonna give them?
Well, support in the areas that the student needs in order to be able to reach, the goal.
They need motivation in that case. Okay, it's
And
an
I can s-
ongoing discussion.
And I can speak to that.
Thank you.
So in general, our equity statement as a district is when every student, staff member, and parent is acknowledged, valued, and accepted, and is provided the needed support and encouragement for them to take personal responsibility to pursue their personal excellence.
Thank you, Dr.
So it does
Avila.
include a phrase there that we have to provide the supports where those supports are needed.
Okay. If that satisfies me, if it doesn't satisfy the public, please contact me or the superintendent's office. But I can live with that. Thank you.
And just so you know, the statement is really broken up into 3 sections. One is really the universal value that everyone matters. Everyone should be respected, accepted, valued, acknowledged. The second one is the supports, that we acknowledge whatever the supports are needed and provide those supports, provide that encouragement, and that's what you saw a lot of in this presentation. And then it also includes that personal responsibility, that agency, that once you're given those supports, our expectation is that you then take that support and take action with it for you to pursue your own personal excellence.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Sports labs. I heard 4 of them mentioned, but not Jehu. What is the timeline on the Jehu Sports Lab?
Paulina, I know you have everything mapped out, if you can speak to that.
Good evening, Board of Education, Dr. Avila, Innovation Team. We just completed a walkthrough for JHU, I believe on Monday. We picked the room and we started the process to get electrical and data, the quotes.
Okay.
And
Is
any
there an-
timetable for that? I'm sorry. The timetable for that, do we see it 5 months out, 6 months out?
Correct, because of the pandemic, we are seeing a delay in equipment. So yes, we are seeing a few months delay.
Yes, there's going to be quite a delay. I heard today truckers are leaving their job because of the cost of gas. Okay. The biggest concern regarding the esports lab and electricity specifically is, do we know yet whether we have enough electricity to put in a lab?
Yes. We chose a room at JHU that was perfect for that lab.
That was my biggest concern because that is the biggest timeline.
Correct.
Okay, and this is my probably biannual request. We are missing the mark on technology if we're not engaging ESRI and GIS. A lot of technology, pretty much for the asking. So we really need to do that. I know it's not on you or anybody in particular, but I'm just throwing up another flare. And then an overall statement. The pedagogy of 1865, which is basically what schools run on, is like this, 0 through almost flat. And yet technology, their line is from about 19, computers probably mid-60s were coming out. They were developing integrated circuits. And that timeline's like this. So we're quickly falling behind every day. So that's really something that I asked the committee to look at, because if we're waiting to do things the long way, as education tends to do, our students are losing every day. Okay, Mr. President, that's it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
And that takes us to our next.
Good evening, Board. My name is Diane Rummel. I am the lead business services agent. With me, I have Nicole Albiso, our lead fiscal services agent, and we're here to give you a summary on the May revision proposed budget for the 2022-23 school year. So we are coming up against a year that has a fairly healthy budget for school districts. We're looking at Prop 98 being at $110 billion. What that means for the school district is that we will be receiving a COLA of 6.56. But in addition to that, the school district will be receiving one-time augmentation of 3%. So this is wonderful news. It brings us closer to about 9.5%. However, if we look at inflation, inflation is outweighing this number. So although it is a positive, the cost of running the district is higher and higher each day. But we know we have to be grateful for what we have, and so we're definitely going to take it. The pandemic has left us with, many consequences, two of them being a loss of enrollment in our school district and across the state, as well as a decreased attendance rate. Throughout the year, we've had, peaks and valleys of attendance. It seemed that around each significant break, we would come back to school and we'd have an increase in COVID cases, which resulted on many students being on independent study contracts that were difficult to execute and to receive attendance on. So where in the past our attendance rate averaged above 96%, this year we barely came at 90%. And looking at other school districts though, we seem to be a little bit above other districts, but in line with the state overall. So had the state not done anything about that, we would have incurred a higher decrease to our current year funding, which you'll see on the next slide. One of the new items for our LCFF formula is the TK addition. What this does, it looks at how much ADA we generate from transitional kindergarten, and it gives us additional funding. For our district, it's not a huge amount of money. It's about $900,000, but it will definitely assist in making that transition for this new grade level. That 3% I was referring to is this one-time $2.1 billion increase. And so that's going to be built into our Prop 98 base. So going forward in future years, our future funding will build on that base that includes the 6.56 plus a 3% super COLA. Other programs such as mandated block grant, special education, will receive a 6.56 COLA as well. So this is, just bear with me and hopefully I can walk you through it. So in a normal year, we would be funded on the greater of current year ADA or prior year ADA. When the pandemic hit, they froze our ADA and we were funded for 1920, 2021, and 21-22 on our 1920 ADA. So for almost 3 years, our ADA was funded on 24,000 average daily attendance, right? So in the current year, 2021-22, we once again reported ADA, which you can see at the top at 21,826. So in projecting for the upcoming year, our projection is that our ADA would be 21,896. Our funding would have been the greater of the current year or the prior year. So we would have been funded off of the current year ADA for 2022-23 at 21,896. However, because the governor gave us the option to be funded on a 3-year average, we will be funded at 23,333, which will give the district 3 years to absorb the loss that we would have otherwise incurred in 1 year. So when you look at the actual bottom line in the funding received by the district, you see that the loss in ADA, that 53 ADA from the prior year, we lose $9.4 million. That super COLA gives us 19 million in the base and that 8.8 augmentation. But when you look at the net of it, it's 18.6, less than the actual 6.56 COLA. So in appearance, it's wonderful, right? We have this super COLA, but when we consider the loss of enrollment and the loss of ADA rate, then it kind of absorbs a lot of that increase. So that's the reality we're up against, okay? So we, in the budget process, you know, the governor puts out his or her proposal, and then the state legislature comes back and presents their interpretation of what the budget should be, and then they go through a 15-day period of negotiations, and then we adopt a budget. So right now, they're proposing an $8 billion discretionary fund that would be used to sustain operations within a school district. It's about $1,500 per ADA. The state legislature is proposing $8.5 billion, so a little bit more. One of our new programs in the school district is the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program that is proposed to have an increased funding at about $2,500 per TK to 6 ADA. There isn't much difference between the state legislature and the governor on this, so most likely this will move forward and give us a great opportunity. The governor is proposing $885 million, or correct, in educator recruitment, retention, and competency. This would benefit our district because one of the initiatives that the governor is supporting is our literacy program, right? So I think that Rialto was definitely very influential in putting that on his radar and then having them attach some funding to it. So if this goes through, this will benefit us as well. Particularly the $15 million for the state certification in reading and literacy. I want to almost say that's like the Dr. Avila, grant, because we started that over 3 years ago and now the state is coming up with it. But the state legislature is not proposing to move forward with this. They want to roll this into the discretionary fund. So whether they have a separate pot of money or they roll it into the discretionary, we still have the ability to support our reading and literacy programs within the district. The $300 million in pre-kinder planning, we knew about this back in January, so this isn't much different. For our district, it's a little bit under $500,000. And then the other big pot of money would have been $1.7 billion for deferred maintenance. This is one of the items that the state legislature is looking to eliminate. And everything I read and everything I've been, aware of, it makes it seem that this is probably not going to move forward. And so if we choose to do anything with our facilities, it'll have to be through internal funding. So again, one of the major initiatives that I just want to make the board aware that will require a significant investment in both staffing and infrastructure is this universal transitional kindergarten. So the district is having to not only provide a lower staffing ratio for those classrooms, we're going to have to make modifications to our facilities to make sure that these students have access to restrooms that are age appropriate. So this is a timeline that we're working with, and we are definitely working towards having adequate staffing and facilities as well. With our Zupanic Virtual Academy, we have a great opportunity to offer a different alternative learning setting, right? So the state is giving us modifications to the current regulations behind independent study to make them a little more I think feasible for the school district to execute. We lost a lot of ADA because what they did is they took traditional independent study ed code and applied them to a virtual setting, and they weren't really updated to reflect the actual operation of the program. So they're looking to eliminate some of those rules under AB 130 and make them a little more conducive to, giving the students credit for online instruction, for the way that their work gets valued, and maybe reducing the amount of paperwork and kind of bureaucracy behind the program. So more information to come on that. And then I'm going to hand this over to Nicole.
Good evening, Board, Dr. Avila, and viewing audience. My name is Nicole Albiso. I'm the lead fiscal services agent, and I'm going to walk you through the rest of this presentation. So here we have our attendance rates for the last 10 years. As you can see, our attendance rate this year was right around 90%. So next year, we're projecting to be around 91%. Ideally, we'd like to return to 96% range, which is what we had prior to COVID, but we understand that it's going to take people time to get back to their regular routines. Next, we have our multi-year projection, and for the 21-22 school year, we're projected to have an ending fund balance of $61 million, which is pretty healthy. However, in the 22-23 school year, you can see that our ending fund balance is just below half of that at $30 million. This is due to our investment in our literacy and numeracy initiative. In the 23-24 school year, our ending fund balance jumps up about $12 million. And this is due to us shifting unrestricted salaries into our COVID ESSER funds. We're doing this because this is the final year to use this money, and this is one of the allowable reasons, so this is going to help us stay solvent within the district. In 24-25, we are planning on shifting those salaries back into the unrestricted column, which again eats away at our fund balance. However, we're planning to use the one-time discretionary funds that Ms. Romo mentioned earlier to help us stay solvent. Here we have a breakdown by our revenue, and everything is pretty much the same as past years. The one thing to note here is our increase in state revenue, and that's due to the increased investment in the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program funds through the Governor's May revision. Next, we have our total general fund expenditures. As you can see, most of our cost is attributed to salary and benefits. However, there are two areas of interest on this. One is the capital outlay percentage. This has increased because we've done a lot of site improvements at the school sites and the district offices. The other one is our services and other operating expenditures. This includes investments in technologies such as devices and strengthening our security measures around our internet usage. And lastly, we have our breakdown of salaries by category. The one that increased the most here is compared to prior years, is our classified management salaries. This is the category where we hire all of our mental health supports. And so due to the increased need of these services, especially this year coming back from the pandemic, we felt the need to hire more staff. Thank you. That's all we have tonight. Did you guys have any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Lewis.
Okay. So for the pre-K and the kindergarten, are we thinking about remodeling existing structure, or are we going to be more adaptive in modulars that you can have the age-appropriate restrooms sort of with that?
It's going to be a combination of both. So we have specific schools that can be modified to add restrooms, and then we have others that don't have the space for them. So we'll have to add modular restrooms, or we'll have to add actual modular buildings with a restroom in them and classrooms.
Right.
So we have, if you'd like further detail, we can provide that, but it depends on the projected enrollment from the school site and the expected number of classrooms and the need behind it.
So for the cost, it's, assuming the cost of the benefits of both methods, depending on the school. The other question was the safety more of the technology type of updating the alarms and surveillance and the maintenance and the staffing for that. I did not see that upgraded in the budget.
So that, we haven't had, I would say, a significant increase as far as that is concerned. We maintain the level of funding that we've provided in the past, and the safety department has done an excellent job. In the past year, we have added a significant number of cameras, and so that's kind of built in year after year. I think in order for us to address maybe like a different approach to our safety measures, it's going to require more conversations.
I'm just saying a line item for budget, because with technology, just like the cell phone, that increases and maintenance, there's gonna be new classrooms, right, with the kindergarten and new structure. So I think we need to sort of revisit that and try to work with the team, because there's no really, this is for the next 2-3 years, right?
It's for the upcoming year, correct?
Right, so I think that's something that we need to sort of revisit and take a look at.
Okay, so the safety at the, technology and safety around the,
Yeah, what's required, what's the new system as we extend our schools, especially with the kindergarten and classroom, you have to have surveillance and things like that for that.
so how do we expand our current safety
Budget.
system and the
Yeah,
budget? Okay.
The budget for that.
Anybody else? Mr. Martinez?
Okay. As always, thank you very much. And Ms. Albiso, thank you. Welcome for, this is your first one I'm familiar with at least.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Good job so far. I know that everything that I find, in particular the legislative accounting office, the 10,000 scenario is with 95% failure rate, which can impact us this year all the way through 2025 is when they really expect a problem. Looks like we've avoided all those errors or mishaps that can happen. Do you see any of that, 95% failure rate hitting us sooner than 2025?
No, so what has been shared with us is because the state was proactive in creating that rainy day fund, even if we were to be hit by a mild recession, and because of Prop 98 being set at a floor, we would probably be able to receive funding at the state level from that rainy day fund to continue our level of funding. So we wouldn't be affected as significantly as we have in the past when they didn't have that rainy day fund.
Okay, so no reason to alert anybody at this point.
Not at this point.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question. Ms. Romo, just thinking about, you mentioned the discretionary dollars, right, that are one time, and utilizing those additional discretionary dollars to make sure to combat that balance of the gap between the 3-year, whatever, and so that we'll stay solvent. How much is that? And is that this number at the bottom, this 1 million, 1.4 million or so?
No,
How much is the deficit, but making sure that we're keeping our cash reserves where we need them? And then what is above that? And I'm asking that question because I want to make sure that while we have the discretionary funds, ideally to utilize them this year, or how we need to use them, that we're not holding a whole lot of money over and not making sure that students and our staff get what they need in a timely fashion. I understand we need to keep that I understand, but everything above that, making sure that we are, putting it in place so that we can actually service the needs of our district and our students and our staff needs.
So the one-time discretionary funds being used is more being used in that third year to protect the current programs. So if we, and I believe that's about $15 million that we're using in that year. If we did not have those funds, we would have to look at cutting a lot of our supplemental services and interventions that we offer.
Right.
So we, in trying to protect what the current offering that we have for our students, we structure or we plan how to sustain the level of service. it's not necessarily that it's going just to meet the reserves.
Okay, that was my question. I just want to make sure that it's not all just for that. for
Right.
the
And
veterans
as we, as every year comes forward and we reevaluate what our needs are, we definitely, assess, what staffing, what materials, what do we need to provide to make sure our students are successful? And so that's where, as a team with our superintendent and the board, we, determine what is the risk that we want to take and, can we afford it and is it worth it? So it's definitely a team effort to make sure that we provide what our students need, but remain solvent as well.
Thank you. So last question.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Just one final question. I'm looking at the SACS form, the multiple year projection. Employee benefits. Is this, and this is probably for Derek Harris, is the $96 million with the discount for Kaiser?
Yes, however, keep in mind that line item includes all of our statutory benefits, which is STRS, PERS, workers' comp. So it's not only health and welfare, but it
Okay.
would include anticipated cost of medical benefits.
Okay. Well, I like that news. Thank you.
Thank you.
So at this time, I'd like to ask for a motion and a second to adjourn the LCAP and 2022-2023
So moved.
budget study session.
Second?
Vote by board members.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposes? The time is 7:04. So open session has reconvened. And we will begin with the regular board meeting. Item D1, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And could we please have our very own county supervisor, Mr. Joe Baca, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. President. The honor to lead the Rialto Unified and Retired Community in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Don't sit down.
Musical chairs.
Next, we go to item D2, report out of closed session.
We have none.
Then we go to D3, adoption of tonight's agenda.
Move to adopt the agenda.
Second?
Okay, vote by board members.
Aye.
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 Myself, aye, and one abstention. Next, we go to presentations. We'll begin with item E.2, if that's okay.
We'll be doing 1.1.
Would you guys like to do 1.1? I believe,
I leave it to your discretion. That's my opinion. I'll support either way.
we're supposed to start with E 1.1, but if it's okay with the board, we'll start with E 1.2, then we'll go back to 1.1.
I'll make the motion that we do E 2.1.
Do we have a second?
Second?
E 1.2.
What about 1.2?
You want 1.2? I'm sorry.
If it's okay, we'll just give Ms. Walker a second, and then
Sure.
she's doing 1.1. So we'll start with 1.2 and then go back to 1.1.
Now I understand. Okay.
Do we have a motion in a second?
I amend it to E 1.2.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and E 1.2 is classified employee of the 2020-2021 school year, Erica Gibbs Cochran, Secretary 3, Assessment, Research, Data Analysis, and Educational Technology.
Hi. Hi. How are you? I'm fine, how are you? You remember when I was at Carter?
I
You?
do.
Yeah. I do. Okay. This is a wonderful evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we are so excited that we finally get to honor our district's classified employee of the year for the 2020-2021 school year, Ms. Erica Gibbs Cochran. Ms. Gibbs Cochran is a Secretary 3 in Assessment, Research, Data Analysis, and Educational Technology, who has served the district for 3 years. In the midst of the pandemic, with a sudden shift to online learning, Ms. Gibbs Cochran was instrumental in helping the RUSD helping the Rialto Unified School District transition to the online platforms that helped power the Bridge Academy, which was the district's distance learning model. Ms. Gibbs Cochran was the friendly voice on the phone who could help explain any software and give staff support. According to Mrs. Paulina Villalobos, agent of academic technology, Ms. Gibbs Cochran was instrumental in helping staff acclimate to the new technology. What can I say about Erica other than she is phenomenal? She is everything I strive to be, Mrs. Villalobos said. She has a passion to help people and is always willing to go the extra mile. Erica has been the go-to person for teachers and staff to get technology support in our service area. I have been blessed to have Erica in my life. Ms. Gibbs Cochran is a Rialto native and the daughter of Mr. Lynn and Mrs. Cynthia Gibbs. She attended Morgan Elementary School, Frisbee Middle School, and Cusera Middle School, and was the first graduating class from Carter High School in 2008. She was an honors student in the top 10% of her class at Carter High School and was a member of the speech and debate team and theater. Ms. Gibbs Cochran has served in various capacities in public education for about a decade. I realize the importance of being a part of a safe space for children. I love that. Ms. Gibbs Cochran said, "These kids need adults to believe in them, so I showed up for them." In 2018, after stops at surrounding districts, Ms. Gibbs Cochran returned to the Rialto Unified School District as a payroll technician before moving on to become a clerk typist 2 and then to her current role as a Secretary 3 in Educational Technology in 2019. Ms. Gibbs Cochran has found a passion for learning and sharing knowledge on a wide range of technology. She said, "I love learning systems and software at an expert level in order to train others. My passion is to help and make things simpler for others. And if I don't know the answer, I will find it for you. I try my hardest to build relationships with everyone. Once upon a time, I worked at Starbucks, so I carry that friendly, helpful vibe with me everywhere." Upon learning that she earned the district's Classified Employee of the Year, Ms. Gibbs Cochran said, "I was excited, but I was shocked. That made me feel great. It made me feel like, oh, they like me." Ms. Gibbs Cochran has two sons, Lonnie, 9, who attends Hughbanks Elementary School, and Byron, 13, who promoted from Cusera Middle School and will attend Carter High School in the fall. In 2020-21, Ms. Gibbs Cochran was elected to serve as the president of the District African American Parent Advisory Council, also known as DAPAC. In her free time, Ms. Gibbs Cochran enjoys supporting her son's sports team, creating handmade jewelry, and spending time at the beach. On behalf of the Board of Education and our superintendent, congratulations to Ms. Erica Gibbs Cochran as the 2021 Classified Employee of the Year. You did it! And we'd like to present you with this plaque. There we go. And do you have a few words you would like to say? Sure. Come on up.
Well, good evening, Board of Education, Dr. Avila, and Innovation Team, and all of the awardees here today. Congratulations to you all, and thank you all for this distinguished award. I really appreciate it, and especially being the new kid on the block, kind of. I'm very honored, so thank you so much.
I saw her in
Next, we go to item E 1.1, and that's the certificated employee of the 2020-2021 school year, Noel Kreider. Teacher at Dullahan Elementary School.
Oh, you can come on this side. Yes. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight is a special night as we finally get to honor Ms. Noel Kreider. Kreider, the Rialto Unified School District Teacher of the Year for 2020-2021 school year. Ms. Kreider is an outstanding second grade teacher at Dullahan Elementary School with more than 3 decades of elementary school services to our district. She began her teaching career at Casey Elementary School in 1989. She has always been at the forefront of technology and figuring out ways to implement it for the betterment of students in the classroom. As the pandemic hit in 2020 and the district moved to Bridge Academy for distance learning, Ms. Kreider was already prepared as she had been learning about some of the same technology years prior. According to Dullahan Elementary School Principal, Mr. Daniel Husbands, is Mr. Husbands here? There he goes, okay. She was a valuable resource who helped lead staff and students to dive into online learning. Noel Kreider is a dynamic teacher who inspires not only students, but also staff to learn. She continuously finds creative ways to make material accessible to students and stays up to date on best practices, Mr. Husband said. Her use of technology has provided her students with more equitable access to the curriculum, and Noelle has made positive impact on our school community and enjoys teaching everyone about technology. She works hard for our students and goes above and beyond. Ms. Kreider has spent 16 years at Rialto, at RUSD's technology teacher on assignment and helped write grants that have brought over $7.5 million to Rialto Unified.
Wow.
Hey, Rainmaker, yay! These grants help bring computers into the classroom for students, and Ms. Kreider laughs at how technology has changed during her 33 years of teaching and recall 33 years of teaching. Okay, he shot out. God, I was a wee girl when you said no. And recalls learning how to program computers on HyperCard, a technology that no longer even exists. Certain aspects of technology have come and gone, but Ms. Kreider says stays current and with the latest in order to best serve our students. I've always been a technology-minded teacher. I use technology to expand the boundaries of the classroom and broaden our minds and perspective on the world. I enjoy putting technology to good use, and I'm not a techie for tech's sake. I'm more of a kind of person who thinks about what I can do with this new technology in order to do something new and challenging. We like that. Ms. Kreider is the daughter of David and Susan Steele. Are David and Susan here? Hey, Mom and Dad. Grew up in Rialto. She attended Dunn Elementary School, Rialto Junior High School, which is now Rialto Middle School, and graduated from Eisenhower High School. She is the mom, okay.
So did Dad.
Oh, wow.
Dad too? Oh, hey. All those eagles. Calm down, Miss O'Kelly.
Well, you know, eagles soar. So.
There we go. She's the mom of 2 adult children, her son Nicholas, who lives in Michigan, and her daughter Kelly, who resides in Highland. Is there Kelly over there? Hey, and grandbaby. Oh. Stays in the family. She enjoys interacting with her 4 grandkids, Mackenzie 10, Noah 5, Ophelia 2, and Cassian, 21 months. Oh, okay. She is a coordinator for the annual California Mathematics Conference and will present at the conference in Palm Springs in November. Congratulations. She obtained a bachelor's degree in psychology from Cal State San Bernardino. When asked what's the best part of being a teacher, what the best part of being a teacher is, Ms. Kreider responded, the joy of discovering, helping kids challenge themselves, and learning about the world and the difference they can make in it. Ms. Kreider has taught 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th grades and stops at Casey, Morgan Dunn, and now Dallahan Elementary School. She obtained her Master's of Arts degree in Education Technology at Azusa Pacific University in the mid-1990s and began working as the district's technology teacher on assignment in 1996. After 16 years at that role, she returned to her passion, teaching in the classroom at Dillon Elementary School in 2012, and then she moved to Dallahan Elementary in 2026. Asked about receiving the Teacher of the Year honor, Ms. Kreider responded, we have a wealth of dedicated and exemplary educators in our district. I am greatly humbled by this opportunity to represent them. As a student, Rialto educators instilled in me a passion for learning. And as colleagues, they have inspired me to always do better for our students and their families. Through our diversity of talents and our collaborative spirit, we continue to innovate and excel. Thank you for this recognition and support that has led me here. Thank you as well. She's not just a busy teacher, but she's a lifelong learner and says she enjoys tinkering on the computer and discovering new ways to implement technology in the classroom. On behalf of the Board of Education and our superintendent, congratulations, Ms. Kreider, for your Teacher of the Year honor. We appreciate you. Let's give her a big hand. And this is your gift. Family, can we come up really quickly? And I'm gonna have you, we're gonna take a picture first, or do you wanna say the words? You can have a few words, and family, we'd all like you to come up and stand with her as well. You wanna take my job?
I wasn't prepared to say a few words, but I just want to say that I've had a wonderful journey, both as a student and as a teacher in this district, and this is home. And thank you to everyone who has helped me on this journey. And I'm very humbled, and thank you.
Next, we go to item E2, key of the district, item E2.1. Chair Wilson, City of Rialto Recreation Programmer, presented by Board Vice President Mrs. Stephanie E. Lewis.
I am so honored to be able to present this to Mr. Che Wilson because he is a giant among men. He walks softly, speaks slowly, but when our kids leave school, they don't just go home. They really go to the recreation where Mr. Wilson has always been a strong leader, mentor. He watches out, he programs, he's been instrumental in just identifying their needs and their wants. I don't know him personally, but I always heard his name, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson will be quietly watching when a young man is not in school and supposed to be in school. And he slowly approaches him with a safe distance. And then when he's coaching, and a parent thinking that their kid's gonna be the next Shaq, and other kids don't get to play, he quietly walks over to just give the kid a little extra oomph and tell the parents that he has 4 more years to make it to the NBA. When the parents are just fussing to get the best place for their snacks and bulldozing their way, he rotates. Okay, you can get the entrance this time, and you can get that entrance. And then once the games are going, he will just monitor the bathrooms, and he just knew everything, and he's quiet. Also, he hires our students. It's their first job. And when they flub up in the interview, and he said, that's okay, reapply. So he really gives a lot to our students. And so he's just an extra arm of the Rialto Unified School District. So Mr. Wilson is an LA native growing up in South Central LA. He graduated from Dorsey High School in 1989. Mr. Wilson had some choices for where he wanted to head to college: Arizona State, San Jose State, Cal State San Dominguez Hills. You were an athlete, huh? Yeah, that's why you had those choices. But in the end, he chose to attend Cal State Northridge, where he earned a bachelor degree in psychology with a minor in adolescent study at Northridge. So that's why he would just been able to relate. I didn't know that, but he just was able to relate. With the after moving to Palmdale area, where he worked as a deputy probation officer, and that it all clicks. How you would just survey and knew the whole campus. And the recreation center is right where one of our old schools was. So he would just survey who, where, and if they were homeless, he would just quietly give them something to eat and clothes, and he just quietly move. So after working for the deputy probation officer in the LA County Sheriff Office, he relocated to the city of Rialto. He's not only that, he's a married man. Okay, and his lovely wife, Neshale, raised 3 grown children. The couples have 2 daughters, Milena, who graduated from Eisenhower.
Yay!
1 daughter, Milani, 2 sons, who graduated from Carter last year, and Marley, who also graduated from Eisenhower. Can you please stand? Okay. Wife. Mr. Wilson began working for the city of Rialto 8 years ago as a recreation programmer for the city, but his extensive background in volunteering and mentoring in various sports programs for decades is why he's here tonight. I asked Supervisor Baca, who worked closely with him, and also I was coaching, to come up here because he sort of worked more closely. Will you please come and share some words? So I want him to sort of speak before your comments.
Congratulations. Well, good evening, board members, distinguished guests. It's really an honor to be here. I want to thank Board Member Lewis for the opportunity to say a few words about, Mr. Wilson. We just call him Wilson. We just call him Wilson in Rialto. So we've got a great relationship. When I was on the city council for many years, Wilson worked and spent many hours at all our community parks and at the Johnson Center, which is known as the JC, to the home folks. But he does a great job and, really caring about those kids, spending time, his Saturdays, weekends, late hours, and he really commits to the community because, not everyone's willing to spend those weekends, evenings, even Sundays, spending time with those kids and families. So just on behalf of the County of San Bernardino, we want to say thank you for your service to the public. Continue the good work, and we'll be here to support you in your endeavors. Thank you so much.
Wait.
You're not done. You got some brass here.
So in his words, he said, I have coached, I've been a referee, officiated, and whatever the volunteer role was for the day, I stepped in. It doesn't matter what elementary school we end up in, I enjoyed helping all the kids, he smiled. He's really known as low key, but you have a big presence and footprints. And sometimes when you're quiet, it seems that you're underappreciated, but the parents and the volunteers, we see you and we know you, and it's a comfort that you're there. Sports at youth level, whether it's flag football, basketball, or whatever the chosen activity is a great teacher of discipline, sportsmanship, and resilience of young students. The sooner our young kids understand the ramification of success and failures and how to win with honor and respect, the better we become as a society. I firmly believe this and instilled this in my own children. On his spare time, he loves sci-fi, he's a Star Trek, he considered himself, a baller. He's and he was helping his wife. I had that sausage and the links and the whole enterprise, catering. One of the reasons I felt so compelled to select Mr. Wilson is because, as we know, anyone that can help their own children, that's what you're supposed to do, but to constantly volunteer and go the extra mile for other children is exceptional. He is also, Mr. Wilson has sat on our district safety planning committee and is a community stakeholder who influence and promotion of youth-oriented activity reaches both school and city level. I was so happy to learn that you're at the aquatic center and swimming and incorporated tennis, because sometimes kids need solo sports. And us old people who want that pool warm. When I was informed that, he said, when I was informed that I was receiving this pretty prestigious honor, my first reaction was shocked and awe, he laughed. I only knew Ms. Lewis as a board member, not really on a personal, but see, I be watching. I'm extremely surprised, humble, and appreciative that she thought enough of me to honor. And I think I'm not the only one. There's a whole community that thinks the same. Thank you. We are just wow. And on behalf of Dr. Avila, who is a sports person and an athlete, and our board members, I'm just excited to give you the key to the district.
As first of all, Dr. Avila, or thank you. As she said, I'm not a man of many words. I let my actions do the speaking for me. So thank you.
And then if there is anyone here in the city also, I believe you're here, right? You should come up from this department. Oh, she said. This is a live board meeting, so. Hi.
Let's give everybody that was awarded tonight another round of applause. So next we go to F, comments, and we'll begin with F1, public comments not on the agenda. And before we do so, I would like to read a short statement just to inform the public and for those who may not know the legality of the board meetings, the public school board meetings. After witnessing some disturbing and unruly behavior from some of the speakers at the last board meeting, I never thought I would have to read such a statement, but just so people know the legality of the matter, we want to share and please ask the public to be mindful of the board meetings and of the respect that we ask of everybody. There's no need to cause trouble or ask anybody to please step out of our board meetings due to behavior. So with that, I'll just read the statement real quick. Under state law and local board bylaws, the board president shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Under board bylaws and the Brown Act, the board may remove disruptive individuals and order the room cleared if necessary. In this case, members of the media not participating in disturbance shall be allowed to remain, and individuals not participating in such disturbances may be allowed to remain at the discretion of the board. When the room is ordered cleared due to a disturbance, further board proceedings shall concern only matters appearing on the agenda, and that's per Government Code 54957.9. When such disruptive conduct occurs, the superintendent or designee shall contact local law enforcement as necessary. Disruption of a lawful school board meeting is a misdemeanor offense under Penal Code Section 403 and Education Code Section 32210. Our desire is to preserve the public's right to participate while meeting our obligation to conduct the public's business. Thank you in advance for respecting these legal standards. And just again, I don't want to read this statement every single board meeting, but when adults come to our meetings and ask of our students, of our youth, to please adhere to a higher standard of good behavior, when we ask our students and we share concerns about our students' behavior, but yet adults come to the public board meeting and display those same concerning behaviors, it really raises a red flag. And I never thought I'd have to read such a type of a statement, but we do just want to remind the public that you can disagree, we can all disagree, agree to disagree, and everyone has a right to their 3 minutes at the podium. But if anybody starts screaming out from the audience like we had at the last board meeting or flipping chairs, we will ask our safety officers to please ask you to step outside. So with that, thank you, and let's go ahead and begin. Public comments not on the agenda. At this time, any person wishing to speak on any item not on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
Thank you, President Montes. We'll start with Paula Bailey.
Good evening, Board President Montes, board members, and Superintendent and Cabinet and viewing audience. My name is Paula Bailey. I've been a parent in this district since January 2001. I've had lots of kids go through the district, and I still have one that's just about to be a freshman. So I got at least 4 more years. Yes, proud Ike parent to the T. Don't think you can send me any other direction. I always like to start out with gratitude, no matter what the reasoning is at the end. And Noelle Kreider was one of my son's teachers who graduated in 2020, and it was really awesome. She was one of the few teachers that actually was really pushing the, she was his 4th grade teacher. So was really pushing the computer use to really get the kiddos really where they needed to be. I want to say the, Divergent Games. That was just amazing. I'm really, excited to see all the success and the happiness all the kids had. I know my niece was a participant in that as well, and she loved it. They all loved going home with all the medals and the excitement. My kiddos attended, between 3 of them, Eisenhower and Kolb, and I didn't see anything but professional behavior from those school sites. Miss Bravo's CTE program has my daughter wanting to be a teacher. 3rd grade, she was even going back after school was out to go and help the teacher, and the kids were so excited to see her. My nephew's doing great in ROTC, and my niece is excited to go there. It turned out to be a really good transition for them. They had some challenges, as kids do, but I'm really excited to see what next year would bring. And I'm excited the CTE program is continuing, because that is just amazing to see that career path move forward. I'm not going to get into all the details, because that's not the kind of person I am. Mr. Montes, I sent you an email on April 24th, and then again on May 17th, and I had not heard from you. And that's really sad to have to say that. And I felt there was no other way but to come here. And I'm not going to ask you to respond or expect you to as well. But it just really hurt that I didn't at least deserve the response. Other than that, I hope everybody has a great summer. I'm looking forward to next year. And don't forget about the event they're having at Frisbee on Friday. Hopefully you all can make it, even though it's 100 degrees. I'm going to stick it out. I'm going to do it because I work for a mental health agency, and I know it's important. I'm going to stick it out. I'm going to be there, so hopefully you guys can all at least come by and, say hi, to everybody there, even if it's for 10 minutes before you melt. But otherwise, drink lots of water, stay safe, and have a great summer.
Michael Townsend.
Good evening. My name is Michael Townsend. I'm here in my official capacity as representative for State Senator Connie Leyva. I'm here because she feels so strongly with so many accolades about Rialto Unified School District. Recently we've observed on social media the ambassadors that you have from these great students who are graduating, and we see their accomplishments. And we know that part of that is because of their own initiative, their own effort, their own willingness to pursue their potential. And part of that is because of a Board of Education that sets policies and directions to the competent superintendent, administrators, certificated and classified staff who implement excellent strategies for outstanding student performance and outstanding student outcomes. And so I'm here on Senator Leyva's behalf to actually provide each of you a Senate recognition, starting with the board president. Shall I approach, or? Thank you. For each of you, including the superintendent. And these are mere emblems of her appreciation for what an outstanding district this is. In fact, it is the district out of all of the districts that was recognized in her, what does she call it? Terrific 20, Terrific 20 of SD 20. SD meaning Senate District 20. She selects out of the 975,000 citizens that she represents in her district, she picks 20 each year to honor. And Rialto Unified School District was one of the 20. I can't say enough, and I see that my time is running out. I hope you will extend it just a little bit, because I just really want to share her heart, is that she is so pleased with the direction of the Rialto Unified School District, and she knows that it starts at the top. So the board setting policy, superintendent with his leadership skills and constantly setting high expectations for himself and for others. A very competent team throughout Rialto Unified School District. So at the end of the school year, we see those social media posts, and we're so proud of those students who are, those parents who are bragging about the outcomes. But throughout the year, including this one that's coming up on Friday at Frisbee Park, there's a set of ambassadors. May I continue?
Could you please wrap it up?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
This is the actual award that's presented from Senator Leyva. And those awards are for you to have in your offices. I just want to give last comments about the ambassadors of your Nutrition Services Department. That's not only serving these students, but serving the whole community. And especially throughout the pandemic and in times of need, they did what was right, they served. And we just thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Evelyn Dominguez.
And again, I do apologize for the 3-minute speaking rule, but we will have to ask everybody to please adhere to it. And please send our thanks to Senator Ms. Leyva, Mr. Townsend, and we really appreciate it and are honored for all the recognition. And we'll make sure our Nutrition Services Department gets that real beautiful award you brought there. Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed board, Dr. Avila, and our innovation team and viewing audience. My name is Evelyn Dominguez. As another year has ended, it can be said that this was not a traditional school year, with all the changes that COVID brought. As I stand here tonight as a community parent leader, I want to thank every single teacher and all of our district employees for making this year possible. It hasn't been easy, so thank you for adapting to all the fluctuating changes. In addition, our scholars look up to all of us as role models. It definitely takes a special person to be able to teach. So please continue to demonstrate that positivity and motivation in our students. I know next year will bring its own challenges. However, we will face them with grace and strength. In conclusion, I would like to thank the Rialto School District teachers and staff for their dedication to our scholars. Thank you and have a good night.
Ophelia Fitzpatrick.
Good evening, distinguished board members, our academic leads, and of course, our superintendent, Dr. Avila, and our viewing audience. When we're wrapping up the school year, I would really like to say, and we've heard here today, very present, the movement forward that Rialto Unified School District does in its innovative programs, its responsive need and assessment need for our students, our educators, our community. And as we close this, we have to keep in mind each student that was affected, that was promoted, that was inspired. And I think that is the essence of Rialto Unified School District. The one thing that we need to remember, and me present here as a product, and if I look around the room, I get emotional because there's so many of you that I worked hand in hand for so many years at different levels of my career, my educational career and so forth, that we can look at knowing that when we look and talk to our students day by day, we may not see that fruit of our labor, but we have to remember that we are servant leaders, and we shouldn't expect to see that fruit. But we don't only look and see the work of our hands, the struggle that we've encountered, and if we are tired but still inspired, then we're doing the right thing. And if students never say thank you, we have to look at the mirror and say, I have integrity. I have hope. I see the future before me. And I want every single student to be on top of my shoulders so that they attain more than I ever did. So that they dream vast dreams that I never even conceived that they were. I have had the fortune to have students accomplish that. And when I see them I'm very proud to say, the Hall of Fame for baseball, football. They are artists. They are Academy Award winners. They are mothers and fathers who are promoting the best. When I look here and I see Joseph Baca Jr., and I remember his father, I see Nancy, I see so many of us here in our communities, that we are here, we're strong, and we're not going to resist. We're going to push forward. We're going to move past those things that create barriers, because we are not about barriers. We are about soaring. We're moving past those barriers to see who we have in front of us and know that our children in front of us are our hope, are our best. Thank you so much for an awesome year. Thank you.
Sandra Dávalos.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I've come to you this evening because in any relationship, there are two things that one cannot do without: trust and communication. Yet for the past few years, you have broken that trust and communication with parents and students. When we look to our schools or district for answers, you're not there. I was at Ferguson Park last week for my son's field trip. We were all so fortunate things turned out the way they did. It could have been a horrible situation. It was the best outcome of a terrible situation. Yet I was one of the lucky parents who knew their child was safe. I knew my son was okay, but what about all those parents who are going crazy with worry about the unknown? Can you imagine how it feels to be a parent, knowing your young child is at the park and then hear gunshots? Or all of a sudden, your phone is going off with alerts from family, friends, and the next door app about a shooting at the park? Do you know what it physically feels like to have your heart sink to your feet and not know what to do? That panic, that worry, that helplessness. Is your child okay? What is going on? What just happened? Is this just like Uvalde that just happened days before? You must, because I know some, if not all, have children. And you must be parents. Communication has been an issue for years. I've personally told Ms. Lingenfelter at Fitzgerald for years that they have poor communication with parents. For years, I'm not saying through the pandemic, years prior. And I've already briefly spoken with Ms. Lingenfelter about this last Thursday. And I'm going to set up an appointment with her to discuss this more. But you should know better. You're the parent to these schools. You're the ones that are supposed to step in and help the schools. And if not, then what do you do? Why is it that Sarah Middle School was the only one who put out a message within minutes? And the incident had nothing to do with them. You need to learn from them because they had a message out within minutes of the shooting. Even though they didn't know what was going on, Yet they knew the buses would impact their students, and parents would worry if the buses were late. They knew there was an incident and placed the school on lockdown. They might not do a lot of things right, but they know how to handle communication. They have their procedures in place to let parents know what's going on. How is it that Fitzgerald didn't send anything out until almost 5 p.m.? And I get it. I completely understand the situation. I was there. I know what it's like to have to suddenly switch gears and make sure those kids are safe. I understand that your main priority is the safety of those kids. But why can a school of 60 people on staff not have one staff member send out a message? How can a district of at least 20 people not send out a message? How can we trust you with our children's lives if you can't even let us know what's going on? No one was outside of the school talking to parents. What a slap in the face to all parents. You don't respect us enough to come face to face with us. Ideally, Ms. Lingenfelter should have been outside because she is the face of the school.
Ma'am, I apologize. I'm gonna have to stop you due to time, but if you could take a seat, I would like to personally address some of the concerns that you shared, even though we normally don't do that. But if you'd like to take a seat.
I will.
Take a seat, and I'll go ahead and just quickly address some concerns. To Mrs. Sandra Davalos and to all and any parents that were obviously very concerned and upset about the situation that happened at the park with our field trips there. My nephews, two of my nephews were there. They attend Fitzgerald, and they were at that field trip. One of my nephews had to be taken by his grandmother to the Rialto PD to be interviewed because he witnessed some of the violence there at the park. I want everyone to understand, all parents and all staff members, students, communication is not our number one priority in this district. It has never been our number one priority. Our number one priority is the safety of our students, the safety of our children, the safety of the adults, and that's why we take safety seriously here at the board meetings as well, like we do at our schools. Given all of the recent madness that has been going on and violence that has been going on, not just in our hometown, but across the country. So we understand and we agree that every parent has a right to be upset. But once a crime happens and is being investigated, law enforcement steps in, law enforcement takes over, and we no longer are at the helm. All we can do is keep our children and our staff as safe as possible. And from what I understand, that's exactly what they did. And I want to commend our safety and security officers. I want to commend all of the staff that were at the field trip. I want to commend the bus drivers that got there as quick as they could. And everyone who responded, our superintendent, his leadership team. I want to thank the parents who responded and were at the park, who found out one way or another or might live close by and went. Some people thought they were fireworks because here in Rialto we get fireworks since January. But we completely understand everyone's concern, everyone's anger and being upset, and we truly apologize. But just keep in mind that our number one priority is not communication. Our number one priority is the safety of our students. And we will continue to make safety our number one priority. If you notice, all of our schools have a one-way in, one-way out entry during school hours. Our patrol officers are out there patrolling our schools. We thank the Rialto PD for responding as quickly as they responded to the situation as well. But because there was a serious crime committed at the park, our local law enforcement is the number one authority during a criminal investigation. And we apologize. As much as staff would have liked to have taken your child and taken them to you, and you wanting to embrace your baby as bad as you wanted to during that situation, we are at the wits of local law enforcement just like in any other situation. And luckily, in this case, local law enforcement, our safety team, our leadership team, everybody did as best as possible to make sure that no child was hurt. And that's exactly what happened. And I apologize again, and we will continue to learn from these situations. It's my understanding the children already knew what to do because of the shooter drills, active shooter drills and other things. Unfortunately, some of the children witnessed some stuff, and they had to be interviewed or spoken to by local law enforcement to conclude or to help in their investigation. And that's where there was a disconnect. And, any parent would say, hey, bring me my child, I want my child right now. But at that point, we're at the wits of local law enforcement. So I want to thank everybody who helped and assisted in that tragedy as best as we could. I want to apologize to the parents who were upset that they were not notified when they felt they should have been notified. But at that time, the number one concern and priority was safety. So thank you for sharing your concerns. And I won't interrupt again, and we'll go ahead and continue with public comment.
Dr. Ted Campos?
Good evening, Board. Good evening. Superintendent and staff. Quite a bit of information already tonight, Mr. Montes, about your statement in the beginning. Definitely is applicable with your current comments also. I'm going to start referring in terms of the writing that was made by the California School Boards Association just this past September. The title, so aptly, Governance in the Time of Chaos. If you had a chance to read that, one of the big things is communication. Communication to all cohorts in terms of what the expectations are and policies and practices. Within that, while safety may be priority, lack of communication should not be a part of the equation. It should always be, at some point, have communicated. Within that also, in terms of the best practices there for school boards, my statement for tonight was that of communication, being informed, being aware of information. School agendas, I don't think that they're posted adequately early enough. I'd like to take time in terms of reading over everything that's on there, and hopefully, if I need to, have an opportunity to really do some research in terms of what my comments would be for the evening. I don't think that I've had that. I've looked at the board postings as early as a week ahead, nothing there. 2 days ahead, yes, I find something there, but I'd like a little bit more time in terms of preparing for that. The pamphlet recognizes how you should govern the meeting in terms of this turbulent times. One of the big things is what happens after the meetings. This is my third time speaking to you all, and I don't think that anything has happened from my comments at that point. In that paper itself, one of the suggestions is that the board should encourage the superintendent to follow up with individuals with personal emails or calls to build and maintain trust. I think you've just established a connection of trust with this lady over here, and I hope that that can happen every time that somebody comes up here, because we come with ideas and hopes that you can help us out in one way or another. At the same time, I want to also address completing our school year. In terms of the teaching staff, your job still continues, but we've completed our year. But at the same time, I've already found myself, just as early today, starting to plan for the next year. It's a never-ending cycle in terms of our teaching. And in that, Howard Gardner, of course, of multiple intelligence theories, has just posted the latest article in terms of what's happening at the college level with so many students that are not being connected, being disengaged from academic learning. They go to college with the simple idea as a transactional process, as opposed to what the purpose is there, and that is to evolve and learn something. I think that's what we need to bring in terms of our level also, not have it just transactional, but let's build something where our students can learn and evolve to the best of their capacity. Thank you.
Stephen Figueroa.
Steve Figueroa, I'm an education advocate and president of the Inland Empire Latino Coalition. You know, much can be said about a 30-second commercial, so 3 minutes is more than enough time to say if it costs us $1 million to get your 30-second across and it works, well, you know, you should. You know, everybody likes getting acclimates and what is said and giving awards and shows on TV, and it feels good. But in Victoria Baca versus Moreno Valley, we learned in that decision that the public has the right to dissent. The public has the right to criticize. So if you don't have it, you should probably publicize it for an education. What are your rights before the podium? That's kind of what's missing in your statement. No, I've been a Chicano activist since 9 years old, working my first political campaign in Compton and Paramount. But I've never flipped over chairs. You know, I went up and down the state with Bert Corona and Ben Benavides and Cesar and everybody, and we've never flipped over chairs. Because we always knew our children are watching us. And we can't criticize the students if we're behaving unruly like this, to say, I'm going to complain about the students, but look at our behavior. Oh, don't look at that. You know, don't look at that. It goes both ways. It goes both ways. But much could be said about safety too, because along with safety, as we had learned, communication does go with it, because what we don't want is misinformation out there. So perhaps that's something that needs to be reviewed, the status for the board to go back and say, how can we do that better? People are complaining about COVID and what's going on. I advocate for kids all over the Southwest U.S. And it's happening not just here, but all over. You got the anti-vaxxers and the vaxxers and everybody going at each other, forgetting that the kids are looking at us and telling them to behave while we misbehave. But when I heard, you know, Ferguson and what's going on, if you want to take a stand, if you haven't already taken a motion or something to stand with Udavi and Buffalo and Columbine, do it tonight to say, take a vote and say, we want our Congress to take gun reform, responsible gun ownership. Take the first step here tonight and say, basta, as we say, enough. Have this board say, we're taking the first step in protecting our kids by taking a stand for gun reform. We don't want them on our campus. We don't want it. We don't need it. It's only going to invite more problems. So take a stand with what happened with the kids and vote on something to say enough. Thank you.
Rosa Fuentes.
Thanks so much. Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It has been a while not be here, huh?
Yes.
Don't worry, I will be here to this time. The reason I'm here today is because, not to complain, because I think everything we have been through, the last thing I want to do is complain. It has been horrible time for everyone, those who believe like me, because I still have it, and those who believe because they have a hard time to understanding, and that's okay. Everyone has different opinions, but we should be here to help the children. We should be here to see how can we continue helping them, because this is going to affect them for a long time, not this year, or next year. It's going to take a time, years. We grown-ups, we process the situation different, and we act different ways, and sometimes that's how we cope with situations that we cannot talk or discuss with other people. Some people has a good relationship with people, talking and discussing what they been through, and I'm happy for them. I know that people doesn't has it, and I hope somebody who has those issues find the support they needed, because there is support out there for those people who need it. And my last comment is going to be, I want to really, really thank you, all the teachers, because those teachers were amazing. They did just a wonderful job working with the children, distance learning, now back to school. And they really good. I am so proud to be of the district. And then my last one is going to be here in the situation with communication. Communication, it is important, yes. And I want to thank you to the Department of Communication, Ms. Saida Chafri and her team, because whatever happened, it was delivered to us in a very proactive way. She or them didn't run, and this is what happened. They took time, maybe, and to let us know any changes, whatever, with the schools, and we didn't get scared. I think it's a way to be proactive. So yes, communication is important, but it needs to be proactive, not just, oh, let's call them. Think about it before. And my last is going to be for the Carroll High School counselors. Those people are amazing, especially Ms. Rodriguez. She's the secretary for counselors, and I have reached 10 a lot of times, and she has been amazing. So thank you so much for everyone. Thank you.
Celia Sarabia.
Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva.
Good evening, members of the board.
Presidente Mr. Montes,
President Mr. Montes,
Vicepresidenta Miss Luis,
Vice President Ms. Lewis,
Superintendente Dr. Ávila,
Superintendent Dr. Avila,
audiencia.
and audience.
Queremos felicitar a todos los estudiantes que se graduaron.
We want to congratulate all the students who are graduating.
Les deseamos que tengan mucho éxito
We wish them much success
en los estudios que van a continuar,
in whatever studies they will pursue,
porque ellos serán nuestros líderes y ejemplos en nuestra comunidad.
because they will be the leaders and the examples to follow in our community.
También queremos felicitar a Dr. Ávila y a la doctora Chávez
We also want to congratulate Dr. Avila and Dr. Chavez
por el reconocimiento que les dieron
for being recognized
como superintendente y asistente del superintendente del año.
as Superintendent and Assistant Superintendent of the Year.
También a Mr. Jeffrey Wishman
Also Mr. Jeffrey Wishman
por maestro del año.
for being named the Teacher of the Year.
Es un honor contar con ustedes en nuestro distrito.
It's an honor to have you in our district.
Queremos agradecerle al doctor Burciaga
We want to thank Dr. Borciaga
por responder y ayudar a nuestros estudiantes
for responding and helping our students
y a los padres inmediatamente
and the parents immediately
cuando necesitamos ayuda.
whenever we need his help.
También queremos manifestarles
We also want to express
que los padres de niños con necesidades especiales
that we, the parents of children with special needs,
nos sentimos dolidos y ofendidos
feel hurt and offended
por los comentarios que hizo un maestro de educación especial
by the comments expressed by a special education teacher
quejándose de los comportamientos de los estudiantes con necesidades especiales,
who was complaining about the behavior of special needs children,
especialmente si sabemos que los comportamientos son por su condición.
especially if we know that their behavior is due to their condition.
Maestros,
Teachers,
cuando ustedes aceptaron su trabajo con estos estudiantes,
when you accepted to work with these students,
sabían a lo que venían.
you knew what you were getting into.
Y nosotros, los padres de estudiantes de educación especial,
And we, the parents of students with special needs,
todo el tiempo los apoyamos a los maestros,
have always supported the teachers,
porque sabemos que es un trabajo que requiere mucho esfuerzo,
because we understand that this is a job that requires a lot of effort,
nobleza,
a lot of nobility,
tolerancia,
tolerance,
amor a nuestros estudiantes
And
y a
love.
su profesión.
and love for the students and their profession.
Abogamos por los estudiantes y los maestros
We advocate for the students as well as for the teachers,
para que tengan los recursos que necesitan
so that they get the resources that they need,
para que nuestros estudiantes tengan éxito.
so that our students are successful.
Prediquemos con el ejemplo.
Let's preach with the example.
No aceptamos que vengan a exponer a nuestros estudiantes de educación especial.
A disponer aquí. Continúe.
No aceptamos, ok, que vengan a exponer a nuestros estudiantes de educación especial, bueno, en general a todos nuestros estudiantes.
We don't accept that you come and speak publicly about special needs children. In reality, all of our students, actually.
Nosotros entendemos que todos tenemos derecho de venir a la mesa directiva de educación
We understand that all of us have the right to come before the board
y hablar.
and speak.
Y le agradecemos a nuestra mesa directiva y a nuestro superintendente, doctor Ávila, por escucharnos
And we thank our board and our superintendent, Dr. Avila, for listening to us
y darnos la confianza para venir y hablar ante ustedes,
and giving us the confidence to come before you and speak to
ante
you,
ustedes y ante la comunidad.
to speak to you and to the community.
Trabajemos juntos para darle solución a las necesidades que tenemos,
Let's work together to find solutions to those needs that we do have.
porque da pena escuchar a maestros quejarse de estudiantes de primaria o de educación especial.
Because it is embarrassing to hear teachers complaining about students, elementary school students and special needs students.
Unamos nuestros esfuerzos porque juntos hacemos la diferencia.
Let's unite our efforts because together we do make a difference.
Y quiero reiterarles en nombre de todos los padres
And I want to reiterate in the name of all the parents
que nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestro superintendente, doctor Ávila, y de nuestra mesa directiva,
that we are very proud of our superintendent, Dr. Avila, and our board,
porque siempre nos escuchan y solucionan todo,
because they always listen to us and they bring us solutions to everything.
pensando siempre en nuestros estudiantes, que por supuesto son primero
Always thinking that our students come first
y que por ellos estamos todos aquí.
and that they are the reason why we're here.
Felicidades a Mr. Wilson por recibir la llave del distrito.
Congratulations, Mr. Wilson, for being presented with the key to the district.
Es un honor contar con usted en nuestra comunidad.
It's an honor to have you be part of our community.
Apreciamos y agradecemos su entrega.
We appreciate and thank you for your commitment.
Gracias a Mr. Montes por su comentario referente al incidente que pasó en el parque.
And thanks to Mr. Montes for his comment regarding the incident at the park.
Sabemos que hay comunicación, pero estamos de acuerdo que la seguridad de todos es prioridad.
We know that there should be a communication, but we understand also that the safety of all should be the priority.
Y en nuestro departamento de nutrición, que siempre está dispuesto y para ayudar a nuestra comunidad también, quiero anunciarles el próximo viernes que vamos a tener el barbecue en el parque, que participemos.
And from our nutrition department also, I want to announce to all of you that we're having a barbecue next Friday so that you can all come and participate.
Es para los estudiantes y para la comunidad.
And this barbecue is for the students and for the community.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
That's all we have for items not on the agenda.
Next, we go to F2, public comments on agenda items.
We have Griselda Montoya.
Good evening, Board of Education and Superintendent Dr. Avila. I am here today to voice my thoughts on agenda items D1, and H1, and H311. D1 is related to having a consultant evaluate the pedestrian crosswalk in which many Eisenhower students, staff, and community use. It's such a relief to see this mitigation step towards keeping our community protected. Now, regarding H311, as a teacher of Eisenhower's Ethnic Studies pathway, which Dr. Camacho facilitated, I am so proud that Rialto Unified is honoring Juneteenth Independence Day. That is historic on top of Resolution 1920-65. This proves to be a culturally responsive approach that our students can see as a model. to champion a complete history. Sí se puede. Thank you.
Joe Baca Jr.
Well, good evening, honorable guests, distinguished guests, board members, superintendent, and cabinet and community. It's really a pleasure to be here. So, first of all, just want to say hats off to the Board of Education and your team for the great job you did at the graduation. So you guys did a great job, real proud to be part of those 4 graduations. And for me, it was personal at Rialto High School for, former students of mine, actually seeing them graduate and their families. So you made that day special for all of them. So congratulations. But I'm here to talk about consent calendar item H.318. And the reason why I'm talking about it, it has to do with the American Rescue Plan, where Congress passed down to many of our local agencies federal money to invest back in the communities. And part of it is to combat COVID and get things back to normalcy. So one of the things that happened with the County of San Bernardino, the County of San Bernardino was given $422 million. Each one of us board members were given discretionary monies to invest in our district. I was approached by Dr. Avila, and he talked about the importance of an international healing garden and what it meant to the Rialto community. So, it's approximately 2.6 acres for 2 classrooms. The garden will raise awareness and health and mental, emotional, and physical lifestyle choice and habits to many people. And some of those issues were talked about tonight, which I think is important. It will also provide learning opportunities around climate vulnerabilities, climate resiliency, green economies, and how to develop shared identity around the stewardship of water, air, and land. So this is going to be a great investment in the community. So what I'm here to do today is, I know it's a consent calendar, I'm sure the board will approve it, but to accept $2 million investment from the County of San Bernardino, from the 5th District. It's our honor to make that investment in the community. And some of the things it will help deal with is mental health, which was talked about by many of the speakers here tonight, which is a big concern for not only them, but all of our students. It's one of its kind in our community, and even the state of California. So hats off to your leadership for investing in the area across the street from Casera Middle School. The other thing I want to talk about is that it will be a catalyst providing a learning opportunity for many students that are vulnerable, and will provide resiliency to all those students. It's really a great investment. I'm excited. I can't wait to see it finished. But it's really been a partnership with Congressman Aguilar, Congresswoman Norma Torres, for their acts, Assemblymember Reyes' investment, and many of the private donors that you found along with the County of San Bernardino. So what I want to do is present you with a check for $2 million from the County of San Bernardino. And I can't wait to see this garden be open, our kids using it, our kids in our community. So you're accomplishing a lot by what you're doing. You're taking a vacant land, which potentially could be a fire hazard, and you're investing in it and for all our kids and all in the community. So if I can ask the board and superintendent for a picture with this check, and want to say congratulations and hats off, and thank you so much.
This is awesome, Joe.
Mr. Martinez, can you get on the side of Mrs. Lewis? Thank you.
How about all the board members put one hand on this check right here? There you go. Let's give another round of applause for Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. Thank you. Former teacher here in Rialto. Oh, still a
There we go.
teacher. I apologize.
That is all we have.
All right, next we go to comments from the superintendent, F3.
Just quickly, want to congratulate Ms. Gibbs Cochran, Noel Kreider, Miss Noel Kreider, and Mr. Wilson for their recognitions today. I also want to thank everyone who joined us last week at the middle school promotions and on Saturday at the high school graduations to celebrate the accomplishments, achievements of our students. It was an amazing way to end the school year. I was going to speak on the incident at Ferguson Park. That's already been addressed, but I do want to thank and express my appreciation for Officers Gregory Watson and Ray Verdugo, who were present as the incident unfolded. And in part because one of them was wrongly vilified for apparently leaving the scene by getting into his vehicle and driving away. The person who made that comment obviously did not have the full story, that the officer was actually driving to where the kids were to provide greater support. But it's so easy to misinterpret a few seconds of video and then to vilify and make negative comments to disparage the bravery that they actually show, the two officers, in doing what they needed to do unarmed, because they don't carry weapons, unarmed, and still remaining to protect the kids and provide guidance to the adults in the middle of the panic. So I wanted to say thank you, Officer Watson and Officer Verdugo, for what you did for those kids and adults there at the park last week. Also, I would like to acknowledge students that participated in the PTA 2021-22 Reflections Program entitled I Will Change the World By, and then they present their display. All of the amazing students are from Boyd Elementary School, Catherine Virgen, first grade for music, Makayla Thomas, visual arts, Makayla Zubi Zareta, visual arts, and Victoria Silva, and I look forward to acknowledging these kids at a board meeting in the near future, if not at our next meeting. Lastly, I want to just wish every father a happy Father's Day, as it will take place on June 19th, but it will be before our next board meeting. So congratulations, hang in there, and congratulations for being dads. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to our very own board member, Mrs. Dina Walker.
Well, I'd just like to say I was able to participate in some of the graduations this past weekend, and I am just, heartfelt and everything, because that was my last graduation of my term, so it's finished out my second term. So just being there, seeing the smiling faces, the families, everything, it's getting nostalgic now. So thank you for all of the support that the board members have given, the staff especially, and all those, this is like my 8th year, so 8 years of graduations and, everything from everything. So just the virtual graduation, it wasn't virtual, was it? The drive-through and then the outside, right. So it was really good to be back in the space and have all the families and everything like that. And again, like I said, I'm starting to get nostalgic because I'm on the countdown now to the end. But thank you for everything that you all do and making it wonderful, a great opportunity for all the kids and families and community that watch, because we always get pictures and people hit me up and say, oh, I saw so-and-so or whatever, and they just, are really elated about the celebration as well. So that piece. And congratulations again to Rialto Unified. We have been doing such great work in so many different areas. So it's not just only academics. We are really thinking about and doing work around a holistic district and a community-focused district. And I'm really excited about what's to happen next, especially we're not even post-COVID. So just after this first 2 years of COVID, and this recognition for us, even from Senator Leyva, is still one of those examples of the great work that we're doing. And although we're a quote-unquote a small district, we are so mighty, we are so innovative, we are so responsive to our community. Every chance I get, I always throw Rialto's name in. They're like, yeah, we can do it. We're, and lift our name up. And other people are doing that as well. And so I'm just, again, so proud of the staff, so proud of our leadership here. And everything, we don't get everything right, but the things that we get right, So just excited and again, proud to be a board member for Rialto Unified School District. Thank you.
President Montes, if I may, I left a note of my comments, so if I may.
Go ahead.
Just real quickly, I just wanted to thank Martha de Gortari. In the midst of all her whining and complaining, she actually gets some work done. I'm kidding. She never whines or complains. But she serves with purpose.
Yes.
But normally schools are assigned to decorate the boardroom. And today she took the time to make copies of all the pictures and decorate the room for us because she wanted to still congratulate the kids and wanted the audience to be able to celebrate our graduates. So thank you, Martha, for doing that.
Thank you, Dr. Avila. Next, we'll go to Board Clerk, Ms. Nancy O'Kelly.
Well, I just want to say it felt great to have graduation again after two years with no true graduations. It was wonderful. And if you want to look at some great pictures, that's what our graduations look like. It's Toyota Arena, and that's how packed they were. So talk about a super spreader event. We have to pray not. I want to say congratulations to the class of 2022.
Yes.
And I wish you continued success in whatever you do now that you're flying out of the nest, so to speak. I also want to congratulate Noelle Kreider, who I've known for years, and for being the Certificated Employee of the Year, and Erica Gibbs Cochran for being the Classified Employee of the Year, and Che Wilson for receiving the key to the district. So it was a great night of awards for everybody, and hope everybody feels good. So, and that's all. Happy Father's Day coming up, and let's hope the heat stays under control.
Thank you. Next, we go to our very own Vice President, Ms. Stephanie Lewis.
Well, thank you so much. I'm still glowing from the Divergent Games. And, when I was at the arena at their Olympics, you saw all the special needs parents and caregivers, and that's a vast array. And it's nice to be able to talk with a bigger population and the excitement that they have and the team and all the teachers and just support personnel and all the school. And I just, want to make sure that that is in our budget for next year to be bigger and better and to circulate through all the high schools, because I think the population needs to see what the Eisenhower field looks like and with the Rialto High, and just really have it rotating. And so that was just exciting. This was my first, in the Toyota Arena graduation, and it was exciting, and you just see all the parent support. And I just want to encourage each parent to use your own voice. There's no one person that speaks for all the parent. And I know a lot of parents cannot come and speak at the podium, but you can email and you can write and let your voice for your family, for your child be heard. And we're not going to eliminate any of our community because they're our partners. So with that, I just want us to be safe now that school is out. I know people don't like to talk about COVID, but COVID is running rampant in the 0 to 4-year-olds because they're unprotected and masks are off. And it's very extremely, I'm getting here later and later because it's extremely. And for an infant that have a small airway that's struggling to breathe, and the family is just tired of sucking that nose out and tired of giving Tylenol for 10 days straight, you have to think about it. So especially if you have children that are under the age of 3, parties and these gatherings, just be careful. And, they're not just worrying about COVID, but they're worrying about all the other viruses. So let's just keep that in mind during the summer. And for Happy Father's Day, I'm so glad to report that my father made it home.
Yes.
He's able to walk with, assistance, and he's feeding himself, and he's in his own bed in his own house. And the sacrifice that men make, I'm not a man, and but I appreciate the manhood, and I appreciate all the struggles and the stress of having to show that firm face. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate what our male figures and male father figures of children and mentors do. So I just want to congratulate, what you guys do. I appreciate it.
We get it right sometimes.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
once
one
a
more
year.
thing. Speaking of Juneteenth, talking about miscommunication, I think they withheld. And so, so when we celebrate, you think about it, you're free and no one told you for quite some time. It's not our intention to withhold information from any parent, from any teacher, but we're going to work on improving and in streamlining. But it's never the intention of withholding. It's the intention of getting things right. And so with getting things right, sometimes there is a delay, but we hear you and we're going to work on it. We're always going to work on to improve communication.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, President Montez. Interesting evening. Just, I'm loving all the comments, positive, negative. I'm just enjoying it. My struggle is to remember to push the button. Okay.
Well, by the time the meeting goes till midnight, because you didn't push the button.
Yeah. Well, 8:30, not too bad. Excuse me. Dr. Avila, I'm already giving you an idea how to spend the money from the $2 million check. Okay, let's see, the Healing Garden.
Yeah.
We happen to be in a 1,200-year drought. So water is going to get tighter. The Healing Garden is not supposed to be watered because nobody walks on it. So I'm proposing, and this is something I've had in mind for 10 years, just talking about it, using brown water, recycled water, to water our district lawns, to, it has to be, it can start there at the Healing Garden. Talk to the city, talk to the supervisor and ask him for some more money, Mr. Baca, Supervisor Baca.
How about doing it all in desert landscape,
That's a possibility too, or sections of it.
which can be beautiful?
Ask my wife.
No, you seeing all those beautiful flowering plants that don't need any water?
Yeah. She disagrees. Okay. Other than that, thank you, Supervisor Baca. That was quite an investment in Rialto. Appreciate you,
yes.
appreciate your heart. And love standing next to you during graduation. It was a real kick. Saw you loving on your students, just
Right.
enjoying them. And board, I watched every one of us enjoying those students like pre-COVID.
Right.
And students, congratulations on graduating. Class of 2022, awesome. I can't wait to see what you bring to fruition. Let's see. As for our communication, we probably can do better. I know that everything that was discussed, if I remember during the event, the board was updated, but there was no solid information for quite some time. So up until we can say everyone's safe, the PD's got it locked down, anything else would just be inflammatory, or could be inflammatory. So I commend our communications department. But I do ask that we look at how we're going to get that message out to the public, because I don't know if, what is it, Remind was used, Peach Jar. The public doesn't know how we're getting that kind of message out. So if we can communicate that. Because if we got it out on Twitter, then if they're not on Twitter, then it's, yeah. So,
I think communications made a good call in not allowing the situation to possibly be overreacted by social media. The
Totally
last
agree.
thing we want is for parents, to be, threatened of, not threatened, but being warned of being arrested if they try to willfully intercede in an ongoing investigation
yes,
at that moment. So,
police don't know if you're a good guy or a bad guy.
it was a difficult decision that was made by the district leadership, and we're just very grateful and thankful that everything
Mhm.
turned out in the safest way possible for our students.
Absolutely.
And the school principal is here.
Yes,
Dr.
and
Megan Filter.
kudos
We
to-
thank her for her role.
Yes. Would you like
Could you please come to the podium just so that our community, our parents, our neighborhoods could see this courageous principal?
I thought that was you, Ms. Lingenhofer.
Hi, Mr. Martinez, Mr. Montez, and Board, Superintendent Dr. Avila. I know that, I'm Tina Lingenfelter, proud principal at Fitzgerald Elementary School. I wasn't expecting to speak. I just want to say that the most important thing is that all students were accounted for in a timely manner, were returned back to school, and were reunified with their parents. And that, to me, is the most important aspect of what had happened, is that all students were safe. Yes, I do agree that there could be improvements on communication, but priority number one is student safety and making sure that their parents and them are reunited. So I appreciate your support in this.
Thank you.
And
We thank
of
you.
course,
I've heard
Ms.
many comments that you
Duffy, yeah.
did excellent.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
and other than that, I think that's about it for my comments, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I just would like to acknowledge students that participated in the PTA 2021-2022 Reflections Program entitled "I Will Change the World By." I might have been daydreaming, but did you mention these names here?
Yes.
Okay. So I just also want to thank these students, and maybe at the next board meeting, if it's okay with the board, we can present them with certificates. And again, those names were of students from Boyd Elementary School: Catherine Virgin, Michaela Thomas, Michaela Zubi Zareta, and Victoria Silva. So congratulations to them again for participating in that. And then I just really quickly wanted to also thank Nutrition Services and congratulate them on their prestigious recognition. Could I see that award that was brought to them by Senator Mrs. Leyva, Connie Leyva? Representative Michael Townsend brought this, and
I think it was for the district, is what he mentioned, right?
yes, and this recognition, terrific 20 of Senate District 20 award, does have Rialto Unified School District Nutrition Services on it, but I would like to formally have this presented to them at our board meeting, if it's okay with the board. And I'll tell you guys why. I caught wind of this recognition. I didn't know they were going to come and present it during public comment. But I'd like to put it on the agenda and formally have Nutrition Services come and receive it on behalf of the district, because I caught wind of this recognition from the state senator, and I ran into the director of Nutrition Services, Fawcett, and I congratulated her, and she said, she says to me, "Oh, no, it's not about me. It's not about me. It's my team. It's our superintendent. It's the district. It's everyone. We couldn't do this without your guys' support." And I told her, and I told her, "Hey, I'm gonna get this. Make sure that the district formally recognizes you guys for your compliment. She says, no, I don't want any recognition. And I reminded her of a leader in our district who, when he first came, he hit the ground running, doing a lot of great things, and quickly started to get recognized from surrounding, communities, agencies. And one of those agencies reached out to the district to award him a very prestigious award. And he says to me, "Oh, I'm gonna turn it down. I don't want to go get it. It's not about me. It's not about me." And I said, "No, you're right. It's not about you. It's about our district. It's about our community. So you make sure you go and receive that prestigious award, because it's not about you. It's about all of us." So the same thing I want to say to Nutrition Services and to Fawcett. It's not about you. We thank you and we're grateful, but this is about all of us. This is about our district, our community, and I'm very, very proud of them. This nice award has a map here of the Senate district, which we're in, and let's go ahead and make sure that if somebody's going to receive this type of level of recognition, we do it properly at one of our board meetings. So hopefully we'll go ahead and get that for them the next board meeting or the one after, but we gotta make sure we honor them properly. And I want to thank the board and our superintendent, because never ever have I ever seen any of us not support our nutrition services and any of our departments. So thank you guys in joining me in supporting them and hopefully recognizing them for the next board meeting. Do you want to add something?
I just wanted to thank everyone in nutrition services, not just the top ramen, but everyone from the cooks and delivery and everybody. I couldn't help it. Okay, but I wanted to make sure this belongs to every one of you, not
Yes.
necessarily the board.
Everyone.
We just say, yes, go. And you're amazing. Fawcett and staff are just amazing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. The other thing I wanted to just say is, to our community, to our parents, safety is our priority. We'll continue to keep our schools as safe as possible. We'll continue to support our safety officers as much as possible. We commend them for everything that they do, everything that they've done, not just at that, not just for that event that happened, the situation that happened at Ferguson Park, but just in general, everything they do for us, everything they do for our students, for our teachers, our staff, our administrators, for this community. When those patrol cars are driving through our neighborhoods, around our schools, people feel safe, and people are glad to see them, keeping our neighborhoods, our streets, and our kids safe. So thank you. Thank you. I also just wanted to share that me and Vice President Lewis had the honor of being invited. Well, actually, the whole board was invited, but Miss Lewis and myself, I have a hard time keeping up with Miss Lewis. Every time I go somewhere, Miss Lewis is already there, and even when I can't make it, she's there. But I'm very grateful that we had the opportunity to meet the state Secretary of Agriculture at Bob's Farms, which is a local supplier of produce, freshly grown produce, to our district. So we actually got the opportunity to meet these farmers and see them, grow the food. We were able to pick berries and pick some other stuff off the fields there, and just really get to see that farm to the table process. And we thank our nutrition services. We thank our district. I took my son. I took another student from Morgan Elementary. They had a blast. I think they got a little hyper off those berries, but they were running around and they just had a really great time. We want to thank the farmers that help us get this fresh produce to our cafeterias and to our students. So thank you for that. The Divergent Games, I'm really sorry I couldn't be there. I know our vice president was there, but I do plan on being there next year. And I seen our communications department's coverage of the event. To see the smiles, to see the faces of the students who participated in this event, to see the families, the staff members. What an awesome event. I'll try my best to be there next year, and whatever we can do to support this event and just continue to build on it and add it, because I don't think it's something that is done for our all students in every community. And I'm just very proud and grateful that under the leadership of our superintendent, and his leadership team and our schools, this was able to happen for our families and our children with special needs. So thank you, Vice President, for being there. I know the rest of us wanted to be there, but we couldn't. And then last but not least, I do just want to thank Ms. Bailey for coming to the board meeting to share her concerns. I apologize for not always responding to every single email that we get, but myself, I do read most of them. I don't always respond, particularly if I don't, agree with the contents of the emails. I just did want to give Ms. Bailey my response here at the board meeting, since she does deserve a response, since she emailed me twice and I didn't respond to her. But I just basically feel that board members should be allowed to award the key to the district to whoever we choose. And the reason why I chose to give my key to the district to the last person that I gave it to in the community is because that person is a champion and a fighter for students of special education. And sometimes, and I commend anybody who fights for others, whether you're part of a union, whether you're part of an association, whether you're part of a group, whether you're, whoever you're fighting for, anyone who fights for others, I commend you and I applaud you. And I think it's a very, very humbling and honorable thing for anyone who fights for others, anyone who advocates for others. Again, I just, think that if anyone's going to come and advocate here, we need to do it in a safe manner, right? But whether we agree with those or not, as long as they advocate and fight for others in a safe way and in a respectful way, they should be commended. So I commend all of you fighters out there. And then last but not least, happy Father's Day to everyone. I don't think we're going to be back until after Father's Day, but happy Father's Day. And last, also, we have a special board meeting right after we conclude with this meeting. So let's get on with the show. Item G1, open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on an item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
Move to open public hearing.
Second.
Okay, and this is to, for the 2022-2023 Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP, Education Code, Section 52062, B1 requires that a governing board of a school district shall hold at least one public hearing to solicit the recommendations and comments of members of the public regarding the specific actions and expenditures proposed to be included in the local control and accountability plan or annual update to the local control and accountability. The agenda for the public hearing shall be posted at least 72 hours before the public hearing and shall include the location where the local control and accountability plan or annual update to the local control and accountability plan will be available for public inspection. And just before we move on, if you notice, the agenda has to be posted at least 72 hours before the public hearing. That's due to the Brown Act. So our school board meetings are posted 72 hours, 3 days before the board meetings. A week in advance would be nice, but The district does comply with the law of 3 days before the meeting being posted, and the same thing was done for this. And with that, let's open a vote for public comment. Ms. Walker? How do you vote? Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Ms. Nat O'Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
And myself, aye. The time is 8:53. And Dr. Avila, do we have any submitted comments or anyone wishing to speak regarding this open hearing?
We do not.
All right. Do we have a
Move to
motion?
close public hearing?
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
In favor?
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms.
Aye.
O'Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. The time is 8:54. Next, we go to G3, open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the item on public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. And do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Okay, and this is G3.1 fiscal year 2022-2023 proposed budget. Education Code Section 52062B2 requires that at the public meeting, which is school district's governing board adopts a local control and accountability plan, LCAP, and adopts a budget must be held after but not on the same day as the public meeting at which the governing board holds the required public hearings on the LCAP and the proposed budget. Do we have anybody that submitted comments or was wishing to speak on this public hearing?
We do not.
Okay, Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
In favor?
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. The time is 8:54, and since we don't have anybody that submitted comments or would like to speak on the public hearing, that takes us to G4, to close public hearing.
Move to close public hearing.
Second?
Thank you. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. The time is 8:55. Consent calendar items. All items on the consent calendar will be acted upon in one motion unless pulled by the Board of Education members or the superintendent for individual action.
Move to approve the consent calendar?
Second.
Thank you. And Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
In favor?
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. That takes us to discussion action items. Agreement with DLR Group Architecture to provide architectural design services for the International Healing Garden Project. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. And that is to approve the agreement with the DLR Group Architecture to provide architectural design services for the International Healing Garden effective June 9th, 2022 through June 30th, 2024 at a cost not to exceed $268,000 and it to be paid for from Fund 40 Special Reserve for Capital Outlay Projects. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
In favor?
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Next, we go to item I2, agreement with Lightspeed Systems. Do we have a motion to approve?
So
Do
moved.
we have a second?
Second.
And that's to approve a renewal agreement with Lightspeed Systems for the annual catch-on software license effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 at a cost not to exceed $64,250 and be paid from the general fund. Questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
In favor?
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly, Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. I3, agreement with software license and maintenance EduPoint Educational Systems LLC. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second?
And it's to approve a renewal agreement with EduPoint Educational Systems LLC for the annual software license and maintenance of the district's student information system, Synergy and Assessment Module, effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, at a cost not to exceed $259,676.57, and to be paid for from the general fund. Do we have any questions or comments? Do we have, Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Next, we go to I-4, agreement with educational software for guidance and instruction. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
And it's to approve a renewal agreement with ESGI to provide educational software for housing of district reading screener assessments for data collection and generating of reports for K through 5 students, effective August 3rd, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, at a cost not to exceed $98,141 and to be paid from the general fund. Any questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Next, we go to I-5, agreement with Image Learning Adoption K through 12 for Zupanic Virtual Academy. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. And it's to approve an agreement with Image Learning K-12, which includes student content license, elementary K through 5, and digital libraries, grades 6 through 12, effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, at a cost not to exceed $249,691.31, and to be paid for from the general fund. Any questions or comments?
14 years later, we're getting there.
It's never too late. That's it.
Glad to see it.
Thank you. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Favor.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms.
Aye.
O'Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Next, we go to I-6, resolution number 212243, transfers of appropriations for 2022-2023. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. And it's to approve a resolution 212243, authorizing staff to process the necessary transfer of appropriations to revise budget amounts during the course of the fiscal year to allow appropriation of excess funds, transfers between designated and/or unappropriated fund balances, and any expenditure classifications or balance any expenditure classification of the budget. Any questions or comments? And this is just for clarifications, it's basically interfund borrowing, Ms. Romo? It's not interfund borrowing? Could,
Looks like sweeping funds.
What this resolution allows us to do is to update the budget in a timely manner. Otherwise, we have to come, in front of the board every time we have to make a change or an update.
okay, got it. Thank you. Questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. I-7, resolution number 212244, education protection account. And do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
It's to approve resolution number 212244, approving the plan to spend the monies received from the education protection account. Any questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. I-8, resolution number 212245, remuneration. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second? And it's to approve resolution number 212245, excusing the absence of board member Joseph W. Martinez from the Wednesday, May 18, 2022, regular meeting of the Board of Education. Any questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Abstain.
Ms. Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Next, we go to I-9, resolution number 212246, order of election and specifications of the election order. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Adopt resolution number 212246, order of election and specifications of the election order. Questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. I-10, liability claim number 212211, rejection. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
And it's just to reject liability claim number 212211. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms.
Aye.
O'Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Abstain.
Abstain. And myself, aye. Next, we go to I-11, stipulated expulsion. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
And these are case numbers 212280, 212279, 212278, 212274, 212273, 212272. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. O'Kelly. Ms. Lewis, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Abstain. And myself, aye. Next, we go to I-12, reinstatement of expulsion. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a-
Second.
And that's case number 212238 and 212219. Vote by board members, Ms. Walker,
Aye.
Mr. Martinez,
Aye.
Ms.
Aye.
O'Kelly, Ms. Lewis,
Abstain.
and myself, aye. Okay, we go to item adjournment. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Rialto Unified School District will be held on June 22nd, 2022 at 7 p.m. at the Dr. John Casalunas Education Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Materials distributed or presented to the Board of Education at the board meetings are available upon request from the superintendent. And before I ask to motion to adjourn, I just did want to congratulate all of the graduates and their families for the graduations. I wanted to also add that a lot of people emailed and called regarding the limited amount of tickets families received. For those who did not know, most, I believe all of our schools were limited to 10 tickets per family, and that was due to COVID restrictions. In the past, we've had unlimited amount of family members and friends that can attend the graduations, and we hope that we can go back to that eventually. But per the Toyota Arena's requisites, they had a limit, a cap on how many family members and friends could attend. So I just wanted to make that clear for the public, and hopefully things will continue to improve regarding COVID, and we'll be able to go back to people being able to invite as many people as they want at our graduations. So congratulations, class of 22. And with that, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. The time is 9:05, and don't go anywhere because we're gonna hold a
One
special
more.
board meeting.
Did I not get one of those? No.
Oh, there's an extra one over here.
Oh, not that I need it. Oh, thank you. No, it's just public.
This is gonna be an open, this is gonna be an open session meeting. So let's go ahead and, everybody ready to begin?
Yes. Yes.
Good evening, everybody. It's 9:06 p.m. and we just want to go ahead and start our special board meeting for tonight. We will begin with public comments. This is regarding the special board meeting, June 8th here, and any individual who requires disability-related accommodations or modifications, including auxiliary aids and services in order to participate in the board meeting, should contact the superintendent or designee in writing. So we've just opened, we go to B, public comments. Comments on agenda items. Any person wishing to speak on any item on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Do we have any, Dr. Avila?
We do not.
Okay, so then we go to adoption of the agenda. Do we have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Do we have second? And vote by board members, Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. So next we go to discussion action items, and really we only have one very special action item. So it's resolution number 212247. Juneteenth Independence Day holiday. Do we have a motion?
So moved. Second.
All right, and it's adopt resolution number 212247 designating June 19th, 2022 and June 19th of each year thereafter as a local holiday in honor of Juneteenth until such time as it is designated a state mandated holiday by the governor and or state legislator. Any questions or comments?
Comments. I'm so proud. I am so proud of being of African American descent, from being in the South. I think we need to recognize all cultures and how people thrive, survive, resistant, and move forward. And I think Rialto Unified School District is exceptional in taking everyone's background into consideration. Proud moment.
Would anybody like to add anything?
Question.
Okay.
Have we vetted to see whether this is a day off or whether it is a working day?
Rhea's
It's a
there.
paid, Rhea McIver Gibbs, lead personnel agent. It is a paid holiday.
Okay, and it's nothing that had to be, I know it doesn't, but negotiated. I'm sure they'd say yes.
It was negotiated.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to give them something anyway. Okay. That's it.
Anybody else? Thank you, Ms. Gibbs, Dr. Gibbs, and everybody who made that happen. So thank you guys for your hard work. And of course, I'm just very proud of this board and of this community that we can designate and recognize this special holiday and then pay our RUSD family for this day as well. You know, not every community, not every school district would do something like this unless forced to, and it makes me proud for us to take the initiative to jump ahead and do this in honor of all of our people here in the United States. So thank you for that.
I do have a comment.
Okay.
I would just like to say, just in thinking about that, it's because it happens generally when school is out. But I hope that, you know, we take the opportunity in the district, as we learn about other federal and national holidays, we take the time out to put into our curriculum the history of how we came about having to have a Juneteenth holiday. And so that would be my
And
recommendation.
sometimes it lands in summer school, and now they'll
Right.
have the day off, and then even if it's on not a summer school day, they're still going to get that day paid.
Right.
So we thank everyone who made that possible.
Right.
We thank our superintendent for his leadership and his board for supporting them. So thank you guys.
Right. As we learn about Independence Day, which is always during the summertime, that's what I'm saying, just that we make sure that we incorporate that history. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Have we
Walker.
voted?
I'm going there.
Look, I was checking, I was
It's
like, oh,
9:11.
are we
I think we're pretty good on time tonight. Vote by board members. Ms. Walker.
Aye.
Mr. Martinez.
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly. Ms.
Aye.
Lewis. And myself, aye. I'm sorry, Ms. O'Kelly. We're getting there.
9/11.
She's
Item-
picked up that stack of books like twice. She's
I-
when I leave.
I've been waiting to go.
Item E adjournment.
So
Do we
moved.
have a
Second.
second? Vote by board members.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. And the time is 9:11.